Hello, beautiful people. How do you do
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it.
on this cloudy and sad
Sometimes.
Sunday morning? Hi. Just watched Toronto's video. Did he post it today? Slash yesterday? I don't know. You know what we're gonna do today? First things first, we're gonna do reputation before I forget. Because I didn't do reputation this week, and I wanna progress towards my compasses in the other regions as quickly as possible. But I'm not sure yet which region I want to go for.
Look out below!
What are the rewards? Oh, wrong account. I'm an idiot. But what are the rewards for Sumeru? It's the Wood Elper. Okay. That's kind of useful, I suppose, but it's not great. No. Yeah, these aren't that useful. What's the... What's the, like, gadget and shit like that rewards from Inazuma and Fontaine again? Fly extension for Inazuma? Yeah, that doesn't matter. Whatever. I guess none of them really matter. So, should I go for Fontaine just because it's the region that's more fun to explore? Like with the underwater? No, it's not actually fun. I'm just convincing myself it's fun, but it's not working. I kind of don't want to get the Sumeru one, because I don't want to have a reason to explore the desert. Underwater is fun. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, on this account I don't have Verissa, and I'm so Verissa build that having to like run around in the overworld without her feels awful now. At least underwater, it's the same whether I have Verissa or not. Use Sayu. Boy, I have news for you. Are you new here? Anyways, what did I want to do? I wanted to do, I forgot. What did I want to do? Right. I think I'll just go for Sumeru, honestly. Fuck it. Vulnerable to Animo, no problem. Raw meat. I'll give you some raw meat. Sumeru roses. I might not have a lot of Sumeru roses, actually. do this because I'm on the. Oh, never. It does let me do it. About raw meat. Let's talk about raw meat, Amir. Do I even have Sumeru roses? Where do I even see them? Here? No. Here? Probably? I do. Alright, babe. Did you mark all the RNRs you got so far? Yes, I did.
Quick as a flash. Installation chamber deployed. Annihilation mode. I'll protect us. Right? Breath from the sky.
And then crit.
Rev the engine.
GG. Vulnerable to Hydro, no problem. Have you already talked about how you think Inifa will age? I mean, a bit, but not particularly. I think Inifa is the sort of character that, like, could age either really well or really poorly depending on what direction they take with future characters.
Light it up. Control breathing. Start the clock. Defensive mode engaged. Let's dance. Light of the blazing sun.
Or, like, at the end of the day, a character like Inifa is only so strong as... Okay. Inifa's a character that gives you a nice mix of, one, buffing Lunar Charge carries, and two, benefiting from the same buffs as Lunar Charge carries. What that means is that if we get Electro units that buff Lunar Charge carries way more than Inifa, Inifa could just get fucking phased out entirely. However, even if we got an Electro unit that that buffed Lunar Charge carries, they could still work with Inifa. You could still do Flins, Inifa, that new unit, Hydro. Because the main reason why Sucrose is so good is because you don't have other good shred options. But if they make a Lunar Charge focus support that's an Electro character that only buffs, but the way they buff is by shredding Electro resistance, buffing EM, buffing attack, if those buffs apply to the whole team, they'll apply to Inifa too. And the reality is that, just motion value-wise, Inifa is not far behind Flins. She's actually almost as much motion value as Flins. But because she's not the on-fielder, she doesn't end up receiving nearly as many buffs. And so her stat line is worse. But what that means is that if you have buffs that buff the whole team, they're very good for Inifa. Or like if we go take a look at some of my Flynn stuff. We look at the premium team, look at these things, we copy them here. Let's just take a look, actually no, wait. Let's put this back, Sucrose, TDDS, VV. Okay. And let's copy these things down one. And then let's just take a look at what happens if we increase Sucrose's EM, right? Because increasing Sucrose's EM is effectively an EM buff for both Flins and Inifa by the same amount, right? So let's increase Sucrose's EM by 1,000, just to see what happens if you add 200 EM to Flins and to Inifa, right? Flins' damage goes up by about 7k. Inefa's damage goes up by about 4k. Sure, 4 is below 7, but honestly, the main reason for that is because Inefa ends up with less CV and less attack. Because she doesn't have the new set. And because she's on TOM. Buffing by 2,000. Like, buffing Flins' EM by 2,000 increases his personal damage by a little bit over 10k. 10.5k. Buffing Flins and Inefa's EM by... I said 2,000. I meant 400. Sorry. Buffing Flins' EM by 400 increases his DPS by about 10.5k. Buffing... Splitting that EM buff 50-50 between Flins and Inefa is 7 plus 4k, which is actually more. You're getting more DPS buffing Flins and Inefa's EM by 200 each than you would buffing Flins' EM by 400. Splitting that 400 EM buff 50-50 between Flins and Inefa is actually more damage. Inefa's presence inherently creates so much more options for this buff slot here. Okay, so let's remove the 1000 EM. Put it back to what it's supposed to be. And because of that, it's very possible for her to stay good in the medium to long term. But also, it's possible that she doesn't, right? If the new buff slot that we get is a single target buffer, not an AoE buffer, then Inefa won't be very good with them. Alright, that's the tree gadget. Huge. I bet Inefa, Columbina, and Bennett will be Arlecchino's best team. That's very possible.
Stronger. On my mark. Cleanup sequence initiated. Let the show begin. Turn it down.
Wait, did I not pick up the next bounty? I didn't. I'm an idiot. So I think people pulling C Lolly for Arlecchino should be careful. I suppose that's true. Invulnerable to Electro, no problem. Oh, you don't even need to craft it. Oh, that's so nice. I didn't want to have to fucking farm for a local specialty for this shit.
Control breathing. Start the clock. Let's dance.
My crit!
That's close enough.
What the fuck was that, man?
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Alright. Yup. Alright. How many promos out of 1,000 have you gained on today's stream so far? Like, none. Pretty much only got the Welkin promos so far. It's okay though. We'll do more. But that's not the main focus of today's stream. In any case, before we get any further into any of this, chat, I need some European helpers. Or I need to obtain some boss materials. Any reason you pulled for Inefa? It's a mix of a lot of things, right? Just in general, I think Inefa's a decent pull for this account. Because Flynn's vertical investment seems fairly powerful. But also, I really want Bennett. Wait, actually, wait up. Okay, never mind. Want you farm Jadewing Spirit today? I didn't realize it was today. If it's today, yeah, I guess we're Sunday. Okay, yeah, sorry. See ya. Have a good time. You're right. I should farm Jadewing Spear. You're right. What was I saying? I got distracted. I'm sorry, but you're so right. You know, Jade. Yeah, it was my first standard 5-star. It's actually really good since I'm planning on going for Flins. Oh yeah, Flynn's vertical investment is pretty good, but also I really want to just have a fucking Bennett. But I was already like halfway into pity, having already lost the 50-50 on the Inefa banner, and I don't really want to get Milani. So I've decided, fine, I'll just rip off the band-aid, get Inefa, and then on the Milani banner, I'll try to get Bennett. And if I end up getting an early Milani on the way trying to get Bennett, then, I mean, I get a Milani, it is what it is. Milani's not a bad character to get for vertical investment, she's just not my number one choice, because I don't know how future-proof she's gonna end up being. What's that icon on Inefa's character card? It's the training guide. If you go to the training guide, click on more characters, you can select a character you're planning on leveling, and click on the leveling up, the level up plan thing, and it's gonna make it so that all the resources for the level up are going to basically be highlighted pretty much everywhere. It's something they added not too long ago, and it's generally not that useful, but it's not completely useless either, so good to know. Oh, I'm gonna need to kill some of these guys, huh? That's fine. Is C1R1 better for Flins than C2R0 since you need the energy for 3-minute bursts? They're fairly similar. It's going to depend on the team. Some teams are like just too. Like some teams are incredibly lenient on energy, and some teams aren't. I won't be able to vape anyways, but still.
For justice.
Last day to level up the event flamor at a discount. Is it? Hmm. Maybe I should try to at least farm this domain once, since I have like 20 blue ones. It's just the green ones I don't have. Or maybe we just try to fucking reach level 50 on the statue today. Or on the Tufta. Because if we reach 50 on the Tufta, we unlock the sigil shop. And if we unlock the sigil shop, we can buy these in the sigil shop. Or maybe we could get lucky on the parametric. That's true. Is my parametric on the cooldown? It is. Okay, never mind.
Are you? Witness the power. Quick as a flash. On my mark. I'll protect us. Light of the blazing sun.
48 or 47. Oh no, my Tufta on this account is level 40. We're pretty far from 50. We're 50 with a shop bought out on main though.
Control breathing. Let's move. Ring cutter. Let the show be. Breath of the sky.
'The discount is just for weapon XP, not just not the Mora. It's both, because you spend Mora proportional to the amount of weapon XP you use. It's kind of like how when you get a ×2 XP drop on artifact leveling, you also end up saving Mora that way.
Are you? On my mark. Let me lead you away. Know my soul. Rain outlines your. I'll protect us. Pyroclastic surge. The more,
Almost. It doesn't have higher resistance, but it has higher defense. There are only three things that change based on enemy level. Their attack, their HP, and their defense. Everything else stays the same, so elemental resistances always stay the same. Mechanics, right? Like, nothing else changes with level. The only thing that changes with level is attack, HP, and defense. Defense changes are fairly minor. Attack changes and attack changes are like, okay. How do I explain this? Let me open Paint. Alright, the way that defense increases based on enemy level, and the way that your defense multiplier changes based on enemy level, is like this, okay? I'll just grab the defense multiplier. Actually, no. We can just grab the enemy defense and the way that it actually affects things. It's like this. Right? So, like, yeah, it increases, and it increases pretty normally, but it's not particularly impactful. It doesn't really do... It doesn't really change too much. Right? That's how enemy defense increases based on level. Enemy attack is more like this. It's also still... It's not actually linear. Like, the formula isn't actually linear. But it's, like... kind of linear. Enemies that are 10 levels higher won't be doing triple damage. Right? They're not that much more dangerous. Outside of their transformative reactions. Transformative reactions hurt way harder. Because the formula for it is pretty much the same. The base values are different, but the formula is basically the same for level differences. Right? And then you have the HP. And in order to properly represent the HP, we're going to need to do this. Here's how the HP works.
Many insects have a component.
This is how the HP works and changes based on enemy level.
Except we call that light hope.
Basically, an enemy that's 10 levels higher is significantly tankier. Okay, is this just the database? Level multiplier. So this is... Oh, there's a type 3 now. I didn't even know. That's crazy. HP and attack. Yeah, so like the attack multiplier at level 90 is 150. At level 100 is 190. Right? It's like plus 25%. That's for type 1. And for type 2, it's the same. The HP, level 90, 1700. Level 100, 2700. It's more than 50% of an increase. Type 2, level 90, 27. Level 100, 41. Also more than a 50% increase. And then type 3 is actually a bit less of an increase. I don't even know what the fuck... What enemies are type 3? Type 3. That's fairly new, right? It's from 4.0, really. Max. Underwater enemies. And some of the local legends. That's it. Wow. Wait, type 3 enemies are kind of pathetic. What the fuck? So what, their HP increases less per level, but they start higher? I see. Why do attack scalers gain 2 to 3% in damage by leveling from 80 to 90? There are 2 benefits from leveling your characters from 80 to 90. For attack scalers, number 1, you get slightly higher stats from the levels, right? You get a little bit more base attack. Number 2, the defense formula takes into account both your character's level and the enemy's level. It's not a major change, right? If you're level 80, against level 100 enemy, the defense formula is 180 divided by 380. If you're level 90, it's 190 divided by 390. So the upgrade just from that is about 3%. And then the base attack increase is also very small. Generally less than that, but yeah. Am I not on 5 or am I just getting unlucky? No, I'm just getting unlucky. Okay, GG. Eventually, when I get an actual Inefa set, being able to use that 18% crit rate attack goblet on Eon Sun is gonna be so fucking nice, man. It's gonna be so fucking nice. Yeah, I still need to do these before I can actually level it. I need to equip it on her so that the trading guide actually tells me where I'm at, right? There we go, we got the 5 proc. Good invade. GG. What weapon would you use on Inefa after passing the green stick to Flins? Most likely 5. How many 5s does the EU account have? Somehow I have 4 5 lances on the EU account. No crafting Ketane? No. As good as Ketane is, if I'm planning on going vertical investment on this account, I should probably be willing to sacrifice a bit of Inefa personal damage to alleviate Flynn's ER requirements. Also, Fav is the GOAT. Woo! Very nice. Also, I don't have that many billets yet, so... What is Gulabina need to do, in your opinion, to be good with Hyper Bloom Llama? Ooh, that's an interesting one. So the biggest problem with Nogcry characters in general with Hyper Bloom Llama is, you lose the 15% Hyper Bloom crit rate, right? Which is kind of cooked. It's very unfortunate. And unfortunately, if you lose the Hyper Bloom crit rate, that obviously means that you have to make up for it somehow. What are the possible ways you can make up for it? Number one, you can do the same thing that the Nebula Inefa teams do, which is have characters that do significant hydro talent damage. So that's the first possibility you could have, right? Option number 2 would be for Columbina to provide a buff to Hyper Blooms, or just to reaction damage in general, that it significantly outperforms the 15% crit rate you would get from Llama. Is that actually 14? Or is it a fake 14? Let's take a little break from this now, and yeah. Passive that say all moon phases activate. Yeah, Columbina could actually have that. Columbina could have something that says that you get all buffs from both Ascendant and Nascent. So you get a special moon phase when she's on the team that activates all the buffs from both. Wait. What if Columbina makes a new artifact set have both of its effect? What if Columbina actually makes it so that the set gives you 45 crit? Dude, wait, that actually though, isn't that just what they're gonna fucking do? I feel like that's what they're gonna fucking do, man, no? Wait, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to go for Pyro agents right now. Enemies 2E agents. Wow, I've never killed this one. That's crazy.
Stronger. Let's move. Know my sword. Let me read you a verse. Rain outlines your fate.
Can't run from death.
We deserve a reward for our hard work.
Only one knife, kind of bad. The base usage rate? I'll take a look at that once I'm done farming for this. Thank you.
Try and stop me.
Quick as a flash. On my mark.
Oh, fuck you.
Light it up.
Can't run.
Any purples? Ooh! We got a purple. Big. That should be enough for the first ascension. Yup! You gonna do any community stuff when the sandbox private lobby mode comes out? Yeah, 100%. What exactly I'll do, I'm not sure yet, but we're definitely gonna do stuff. I want to know more about the mode before I make any actual decisions, though. You know what? I don't actually need to swap to Eon Sun. I can just do this if he dies. Hey, we got an Exile Goblet. That's crazy. Time to make an NA account, or an EU account. Who knows? Maybe I'll even actually commit to an Asia account as well. I have an AR like 7 Asia account. Ooh. Perhaps there will. Iceland is actually a fucking incredibly beautiful country. I hope you have an amazing trip. When I kill a Vitui local legend, I could do that, sure. It's not like I can kill it more than once though, so actually I could just go in co-op and kill it more than once. I fucking... It's fine. Where is it again? I remember it's somewhere in Natlan, somewhere close to this, but I don't remember exactly where. Should I bring, Res reduction. I mean, it's probably smart to bring res reduction, but I also can't be bothered.
Let's hope you'll put up a good fight.
There's probably water everywhere. Getting a swirl is gonna be fucking impossible.
Let's see if you can keep up with me.
Where is bro? Fuck me.
Time to act.
Let's ride. Rev the engine.
Let's move. Let me read you a verse.
Pyroclastic surge. Switching gears.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard, actually. Okay, dude, fuck!
Coach will take
Where is he? God, I fucking hate Night Soul transmission. How do I know which body's the real one, by the way? Wait, I got it first right? Huh.
Try and stop me.
controlled breathing. On my rim cutter.
Light of the blazing sun.
Where the fuck is he?
Ready, steady, go.
But yeah, Night Soul transmission is actually, like, fucking me up so much.
Know my sword.
That was the wrong one. How do I know which one's the real one? Oh, is it the one that's hitting with pyro?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Rise with the sun.
Coach will take it from here. Quick as a flash. Start. Let's dig.
Rev from the sky. Full throttle.
Controlled breathing. Full speed ahead. Know my sword.
Light of the blazing sun.
Okay, this was difficult, but we did it. We only get one purple. This was not worth it. What the fuck? Oh, that was not worth it. Bro, what? That's what we get from killing like 2 of them. Alright, we got 15 greens. A normal one drops like 6 to 8 or some shit. Like, what do you mean? Minus 1 more box? Yeah, I noticed the more box, but then I forgot about it. And now I've already teleported. Oops. Oops.
Try and stop me.
Well, whatever.
Pay your dues.
Rain outlines the face.
Rev the engines. Ah.
Prepare yourself.
Light it up.
You can't run from death.
Like, look at this. This is what we get from a normal one, man. Fuck. Whatever. 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 Okay. Honestly, is Jade Spear better than Fab on Inefa? It'll depend on the team, but in a Taser team, yeah. Like, in a team where Inefa's your main source of damage, like Taser, 100%, yeah. So, for me on this account currently, it's much, much, much better.
Please select target for.
Bro.
Full throttle.
Quick as a flash. Let's move. Insulation chamber deployed.
No purple. Saj. Is R5 Fjords or Jadewing Spear better for a Nefa when she's in Taser with an Animo unit? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Fjords, I think, will be slightly better. But maybe you end up with way too much EM if your Animo unit is Sucrose, and Jadewing Spear is slightly better anyways.
Defensive mode.
Let the show begin. Control breathing.
Purple. You think 4PCV is more important than 4.5k attack on Xianyun? Yeah, what the hell? Of course. Xianyun is not a character that you, like, try to get to a specific stat breakpoint on. Alright, she's not like Yonsan. Because the reality is that achieving the buff cap on Xianyun is fairly unrealistic. So honestly, you should just forget about the fact there's a cap at all. Because you're not going to get to the cap.
Let's dance.
There we are. Oh, we got a purple. Nice. Maybe we just need to make sure that they... Oh shit, that was the last one on the map for now. Fuck.
The rewards of an
We might need to invade some worlds then. Okay, yeah, so we're still pretty far for this. We're gonna need a bunch more. I guess we don't need to farm them today then, because we can't even level it today anyways. Alright, GG. We'll just farm them again tomorrow when they respawn. Did you get Jadewing Spear after the Tifnutty incident? No. I got Jadewing Spear as my first 5-star. Tifnutty was the second one.
May knowledge guide you. There you are. Let's move. Know my soul. Let the show begin.
Oh, I didn't crit.
Here to play with me.
Alright, last one for now. Loma or Flins, which one would you recommend? It depends on what you want to do with your account. Personally, I lean a lot more towards Loma than Flins, but on this account, I'm not going for Loma. And I am getting Flins. But on main, I'm not going for Flins. Or Inefa, but I'm getting Loma. And I think that's the right decision for both accounts. And it's not just because I have a limited amount of primos to get the characters I want. Like, I actually don't think Inefa and Flins are that valuable on my main, and I think that Inefa and Flins are very valuable on this account.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add
2k encounter points? Yeah, I mean, listen. I got to AR55 on this account in less than a month. Like, you just end up with a lot of encounter points when you do that shit. one standard wish. How are we into 4-star pity now? Not that far. Alright, that's fine. How will Llama work with Nefer if she's already strong to reach 100k DPS? I don't think Nefer is going to work with Nilon. But like the main thing is, if Nefer is a Lunar Bloom character, things are kind of weird. Because the Lunar Bloom reaction, right, the way that it works is it generates a Verdant Dew when you trigger Bloom. But the Verdant Dew generation has a cooldown of 2.5 seconds. So you can, at best, generate 1 per 2.5 seconds. But Llama's Holy consumes 3 of them. That's 7.5 seconds of Verdant Dew generation that gets completely consumed every 12 seconds. So you only have an additional 2 Verdant Dews that you could use on another Lunar Bloom character. What I'm expecting is that if we get a Lunar Bloom carry, they're going to use Verdant Dew better than Llama, and Llama is actually not going to use her Holy in those teams. Right? Because you guys gotta remember, alright? Llama's Burst buffs Lunar Bloom. Right? But it buffs it by the same amount no matter what the base number is. Right? It's always the 400-ish of her EM. But what that means is that if it were possible to consume your Verdant Dews individually rather than all at once, you would prefer doing that. Because 3 abilities that consume 1 Verdant Dew each will proc Llama's burst bonus damage 3 times. But an ability that consumes 3 at once will only proc the damage 1 time. And so Llama's own skill doesn't have great synergy with her burst's damage bonus. Anyways. Let me just double check something also in the Lunar Bloom formula on HomeDGCat. Future info, Lunar Bloom damage formula. Okay, the extra damage doesn't get increased by EM. That is kind of tragic, huh? That is kind of tragic. But it is what it is, I suppose. Yeah. The extra damage is from Llama's Burst, which is EM scaling. Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't get additionally increased by your Elemental Mastering multiplier. That's what I meant. Also, now that we have the Jadewing Spirit to level 70, it's 506 base. So it's probably not actually better than this yet. So there's no point going back to Abyss and trying it again. We'll have to wait until we finish leveling these things. Because we weren't that close from being able to do it on the last attempt. Level 90 weapon should be enough, though. You're missing just 1 star? Yeah. Chamber 2 DPS check is just a little bit too high for me, though. The DPS requirement for first side of Chamber 2 is just kinda sus right now. For these guys. They just have... The Earth Guards just have too much HP. That's basically the problem. You remember roughly how many seconds you were off? I'm like 10 seconds off if I get a good second side. But getting a good second side is kind of difficult and RNG reliant. So... unless I want to be in here for 3 hours, I'm more like 20 seconds off than 10 seconds off. You get it easy when you get Bennett? I don't think so. Because, like, the Malika side is not in need of more damage. The Malika side is not the problem. The problem is the other side. Although, yeah, I guess I could just do Bennett Inefa. That probably is better. You're actually right. You're actually right. Bennett Inefa is better. That's true. Could you clear if you had Sugros? Yeah. Yeah, 100%. It wouldn't even be hard. People are struggling. This account is very new. Why not Malika first side and Inefa second side? Because I don't think 3 minutes is enough to kill the fucking second side with the Inefa team. I'm gonna be so for real with you right now. Inefa is not getting past this. At level 70 with a level 70 weapon. With, like, C2 Singto, C2 Fischl, and no Sucrose. Like, that's not happening. Is Bennett your most desired character to 36 star? I mean, I will 36 star before I get Bennett. Actually, maybe I won't. I don't know how long it's gonna... I mean, I'm 36 starring this Abyss, and I don't need Bennett for it, but I might end up getting Bennett before I get the 36 star. But I don't think I'll even use him for the 36 star because I'm not leveling him until I've got my Inefa properly leveled. Alright. This account is a little more sus. There's nothing I can really pre-farm for Loma. You got an Inefa? Not on this one. I got an Inefa on the EU account. Do weekly bosses? I think I did that yesterday. On this account. Yeah, I did that yesterday. Bro needs to do the Bennett quest. I've done most of it. Oh, speaking of which. I didn't do this yet. I wanted to keep it for stream. Let's start with that. This one is ass. I know it's ass, but still, it's content. I kind of can't be bothered having to think. I think I'll just use Shiloden if she's not burst reliant, and I don't have to use my brain. Please, in-game music. Fine. I hate that you still can't fucking... I did it without in-game music for last time. We'll do with in-game music this time. Difficult. Did it fucking default back to times 1? I fucking hate this. No, it didn't. Okay, you just lied to me. Well, you didn't actually say it defaulted back, you just said change difficulty. You didn't technically lie. But like, buddy.
Strike a pop! Control breathing! On! Start! Yeah! Yeah! Start! Yeah! Oof! Start! Yeah! Yeah! Start! Yoo-hoo! Quick as a flash! Headbutt! Hero incoming! Good! Good! Hero incoming! Yeah! Yeah! Hi!
ASD. I need to actually trigger meld, huh? Annoying. I just used Joska for all of them. Should have done that.
Let's light it up! Everybody stick, show no mercy! You two!
Oh, that was fucking quick as hell, huh? I will not waste a single second. Okay, sorry. Is my skirk sus right now? What's this? Oh, friendship 10. I got 2 friendship 10s, I think, right? I've got Kutsing and I've got Zajef. Yeah. Is my skirk on issue? Yeah. Oh, she's on. Well, it'll do. It'll do. Stop blue balling us, I refuse. You deserve the blue balls.
Get to work! Nice!
Why didn't I use my first? I don't actually know.
The lightning!
Playing too much so makes you forget you can burst everywhere else. It does, yeah. Burning? We'll just play Arlecchino again.
Reconstitute! Bring it! Teamwork is dreamwork!
So try to see how many points we can get. Why not?
Overrule! Going in! Transfixed! Overrule! Neutralize! Everybody stand up!
We're gonna lose all our points here. GG, it's fine though. We needed to enter it a little bit faster. It's because our second rotation was sus. Actually, it's because we didn't E again at the end of our first rotation. That's why. So we didn't get to pre-stack additional Bond of Life. So we definitely could have gotten to like 60k. It's okay though. If only you could claim all the rewards at once. I'm okay with that not being doable. Claim all buttons are a time save, but also when the button is there, it feels like you have to click it. And when you click multiple claim buttons individually, it's like big serotonin boost. It's satisfying. But my brain refuses to accept that satisfaction if there's a claim all button, so I'm completely fine with there not being a claim all button. Anyways, I guess we just go here, honestly. Is our Mawiko on the right build? Yup. No viewer so today? I'm not sure. It might not. We might not do it. We might skip it for this week. Or maybe we'll just do it on a different day.
On my vods. Light it up. Light of the blazing sun.
I think my E just missed. I should use this. I could have used this before the disturbance outbreak expired, but I forgot to claim it from the teapot, and now it's gone. GG. That's okay. We don't need the bonus piece because the non-bonus piece is already going to be good. Why can't I get pieces like this on this set, huh? Can anyone tell me? Madge. Watch her roll attack percent on 4 just to fucking piss me off, man. Like, look at this. It's gonna be attack percent. I'm gonna be okay. It's not. Alright, that's fine. I feel like my Versa damage is a little bit lower than usual. No, that's not. I'm just an idiot. Weird. I guess it's hard to keep proper track of it because Lost Prayers and Sugar C6 buffs are like they're gonna make the numbers vary slightly in pretty much every scenario. Alright, like that was 289k. You check your Versa rankings daily? No, I don't. Like if I just wait a little longer. Right, 311k instead of 289k. From the Lost Prayer buff and the Chevrolet C6 buff stacking up a little. So it makes things hard to like properly keep track of. Also, might as well see if this rolls crit on 4, but it won't. What does Versa C1 do and why is it bad? Versa C1 basically gives you the this effect on all of your plunges. Well, it's not actually all of them, but by default, right, Versa's Ascension 1 makes it so that when you do a normal skill plunge, it adds 50 motion value, and an enhanced skill plunge, it adds 180 instead of 50. Versus C1 makes it so that it's always 180 instead of sometimes 50, right? So it's plus 130 to the non-enhanced skills. And also it makes it work on the mini burst, so it's plus 180 to the burst. So plus 130 on the skill plunges that you do twice per rotation, and plus 180 on the mini burst that you do generally twice per rotation as well. So it's about plus 600 motion value. Isn't that quite good? The thing is, Verisa's a character that has a lot of motion value to begin with. Right, like you need to realize, especially at talent level 10, right? Charge attack 2, I guess no. E, E2, charge attack 2, plunge, plunge 2, and then Q. And then A1, 1, A1, 2, right? So, Vrisa's skill at on level 10. $134.1. E2, 191.5. I guess I also have, I was gonna say I have collision plunge. What should the abbreviation be? And then I realized that the initials of collision plunge are probably not a good abbreviation to use. So, let's just call it P0.5, I guess. Instead. Anyways, charge attack, the normal one is 160.7. The enhanced one is 166.8. Plunge, 368. Enhanced plunge, 552. Collision plunge, 147.4. Mini burst, 724.8. Ascension 1, 50%. Ascension 1, 2, A1, 80%. So, how many of each do you get? Well, it depends on the rotation, right? But in the rotations that I generally use, I do 2 normal skills, I do 3 enhanced skills, and I do 2 charge attacks that do not originate from skills, right? So you open your setup with a normal E, then you do your setup, then you swap to Verissa, enhanced skill, normal skill, enhanced skill, normal skill, enhanced skill, and then charge attack twice. So that you start with Night Soul on the next rotation. So that leaves you with 2 normal skills plus 2 charge attacks by default. That's 4 charge attacks. 3 enhanced skills, so that's 3 enhanced charge attacks. Normal plunges, you have 4. Enhanced plunges, you have 3. Collision plunges, it's pretty easy for Verissa to get collision plunge every time because her skills tracking and her charge attacks tracking pretty much makes you kiss the enemies. So we can assume pretty much collision plunge on every single plunge. Mini burst, it depends. It's generally either 2 or 3. It depends on your energy generation. But we can assume that it's an average of 2 point something. Let's just average it to 2 for now. And finally, the Ascension 1 gives you 2 procs from the normal skill and 3 procs from the enhanced skill. For a total of 8.2k motion value. With the C1, those 2 become enhanced ones. And you also get them on your mini burst, so that's another 2. So that's about 600 additional motion value. But as you can see, that's 7% damage, right? This is not a lot. 600 motion value sounds good until you realize that Verissa is a character who is omega jam-packed with motion value. Motion value is all she has. Her motion value is more than Malika. Her motion value is significantly more than Malika. Like, significantly more. Malika can melt, though, so it kind of doubles her shit. It more than doubles her shit, actually. Less than Skirk. It's actually not that different from Skirk. It depends on the Skirk rotation. But also her rotations are shorter. Right? Skirk at talent level 11, which is the same as Versa talent level 1, is 281.1. 253.5. 160.3 times 2. 170.4 times 2. 416.1. And you get 4 times 1.7. Right? So yeah, she's at around 1100. Okay. It is more, but versus not that far behind. Just in motion value. Flynn's motion value is in the gutter. Yeah, but you can't really do it the same way. Because, like, comparing Flynn's motion value to Versa, motion value is even worse than comparing Maoika to Versa for motion value. Right, Maoika effectively multiplies her damage by, like, 3. Just from the fact that she can melt, right? Because melt is times 2, but melt also unlocks an additional stat that increases damage, which is EM. And sure, you'll lose attack if you build EM, but unlocking an additional stat gives you so much more damage. And it makes it so that melting generally basically multiplies your damage by 3 instead of 2, if not more than that. For Flins, it is a lot more than times 3, right? Because it's times 3 from Lunar Charge, then times 2 from ignoring defense, but then it's also unlocking EM. And unlike Maoika, Flins has access to a lot of team-wide, or of EM buffs from his good supports. Which means that it's actually generally more than times 1.5 from unlocking EM in Flins' case. And so, practically, Flins' motion value isn't multiplied by 3, or by 6, or by 9. It's kind of more like 10, 11. Right? And his motion value is like around 300 per mini burst. So around 600 for 2 mini bursts. So it's basically the equivalent of more than 6,000. With shorter rotations. Do Flins' teams do more DPS than Versa? From what I've seen so far, I think that at KQM standard, Flins' premium teams do slightly less than Versa's premium teams. But it's like really, really close. Who has better AoE? That's a good question. I don't actually know. From what I've seen of Flynn's gameplay, his AoE seems kind of fucking sus as hell. However, his best team has Sucrose, and it is not completely terrible to run like actual groupers in his teams, right? Like Kazuha or even Venti. Whereas you can't really do that shit on Vrissa. So I'd say that at a baseline, Flins AoE is probably worse. Bromeister Gross is level 20. You should level her to level 60. But that's all you need. $60 out of 70. Like, you need to unlock the Ascension 4 passive, but that's all you need. Is this ever worth locking? Honestly, yeah. An attack circlet that's a 4-liner with crit rate and ER probably is worth locking, even as an off piece. Like, this is the sort of piece that could end up rolling insane on characters like Yansan. Doesn't grouping depend on level? Suction depends on level, but stagger doesn't, and Sucrose has basically no suction, all stagger. So, not really. If we roll crit. Okay, never mind. GG. My relic I can't. Lil bro said relic. This isn't Star Rail, buddy. My relic standards are so high because I wouldn't even consider that piece. The thing is, you should consider locking that piece, even with high standards. Just at a baseline, any 4-liner that has crit rate and ER inherently has the possibility of being an insane piece for your fab characters. Right? Yeah, I guess Star Rail players wouldn't consider locking that shit because there's no fab in Star Rail. Viable 4-star weapons, who would have thought? Bro, isn't Star Rail at this point, like, reaching, like, 5-star weapons being dog shit too? Unless it's Sig? Like, I'm actually kind of curious, because I haven't kept up with Star Rail meta, but, like, how much better are signature weapons than normal 5-star Lycon stat 6 on characters nowadays? Like, what's the, like, actual numerical gap? 30 to 40? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I was thinking, yeah. Has it reached the points where new signatures are better stat stakes on old characters than their own signatures? Probably, right? Yeah? Yeah, okay. Because is that the case on anyone in Genshin right now? Is there a 5-star character whose signature weapon is not their best weapon? Just Ganyu? But Ganyu doesn't have a signature weapon, right? Ganyu's quote-unquote signature weapon is a standard weapon, right? They didn't release her with a signature weapon. Wanderer. I don't think Wanderer's best weapon is something other than Bell right now. Bell is not worth getting because it's such a minor increase, but it is still better than the alternatives, is it not? Grizzlies is better. Is it? Is it actually better? I thought it was just, like, basically the same. I haven't kept up with Wonder Weapon calcs. So it's 48 damage percent, 16 attack percent, 8% attack,
Soil, making sure the temperature
10% attack,
but most important,
48 damage percent.
keep the fruit in a good mood.
Oh yeah. There's just no attack percent here. It's the same stat. You lose 2% attack speed for 16% attack. Yeah, I said attack, but my brain registered it was attack speed. Chao with Homa. Chao is the same as Ganyu. Jadewing Spirit is not Chao's signature.
It's one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
Standard weapons are not signature weapons. Xiao did not get released with a signature weapon. Oh yeah, I guess Nahida's signature is really dog shit. Kanich? No, Kanich's sig is still best in slot. Navia? I don't think Verdict is worse than... I'm pretty sure Verdict is still best in slot on Navia. I think the only characters where their sig isn't their best in slot are characters that had bad sigs from the start, right? Like, from the start, Bell was dog shit because it wasn't that much better than Lost Prayers, right?
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up.
From the start, Nahida's sig was awful.
Take a seat. Justice will prevail. Stronger. Light it up. Light up the blazing sun. Charge. Hurry up, Brassa.
Lenny and Vape Teams is better on Chaska sig. I think that's fine. Like that's kind of starting to get pretty far removed from the initial question, right? And it's not like a significant difference either. Is Hu-Tao better on Sava Scarlet Sands? That's actually a good question. I think the problem with Hu-Tao is that she doesn't have good uptime on Sava Scarlet Sands. Because her skill doesn't start doing damage until a while into her rotation. Zhongli. I mean, yeah, but I don't consider any of the like shield weapon series to be signature weapons. Like, they were clearly not designed to be good on those characters. An attack stat stick is clearly not supposed to be good on Zhongli. An attack stat stick is clearly not supposed to be good on Albedo. These are not signature weapons. Right? They're just weapon banner exclusive standard weapons. That's what they are. Like, to me, a signature weapon is a weapon that is designed to be best in slot on a character. Hey! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, raiders. We're currently yapping about weapon power creep right now. Albedo was with Summit Shaper? Yeah. I remember back in the day, people trying to fucking cope that Summit Shaper was actually good because it made his burst do so much more damage than Harbinger did. What am I doing?
Add Thank you for Add
Did I end up claiming this? I did, yeah. Okay. I also need to claim this, and we have claimed everything from the event. Let's go! Ride in single parka by Dragon's Bane and Battle of the Fjords? Yeah. Like, you know that's different, right? And I also think that something like Chaska's Sig being good on Linny is kind of different from the idea I'm trying to convey, right? Because like Chaska's Sig being good on Linny isn't because Linny's signature is dog shit, it's because Chaska as a character has very similar trigger conditions to Linny. Right? You still get most of the value from Chaska's Sig on Linny. You don't get the full thing, but you still get most of it. What's your V4 prediction? Ooh, that's a good question. What is my V4 prediction? Okay, chat, if I'm being completely honest, I kind of expect I'm not sure actually. More Loma nerfs? I don't know. I'm hoping we don't get more Loma nerfs. Liar buffs, let it go though, bro. Liar's gone. Liar was a collective fever dream. Okay, Spindle Light, Ether Loot. No, Ether Light, Spindle Loot. Just is not. This is not Liar. Okay, Liar's gone. Never to come back. Never to return. It was a nice dream. It sure was. Vomfy isn't giving up on Liar. He should. ER is good. It is. But the thing is, Liar as an ER stat stick with EM is just inherently very different. Because on characters that care about both ER and EM, this is still about as good as it was when it was an EM stat stick. I guess the numbers buff to 200 that aren't on Amber yet are relevant, but so. But when it was a full EM stat stick, it was such a nice option for Sucrose. It was a viable option for Molani. And it's just not anymore, right? We lost that dimension to it from it being an ER weapon instead of an EM one. But it's not even that much worse on Loma herself. Will buffing Flynn's normal attack change anything? That's actually one of the changes I could see happening. I feel like I could see a change to Flynn's normal attacks. If they want to push for damage percent buffs being slightly less bad. But I don't think they will, because I'm pretty sure they're gonna make their, like, generic buffers in Nodcry EM buffers rather than damage percent buffers. Right? Natlan was the region of damage percent. Nodcry is gonna be the region of EM. Making his big ult relevant is the only good choice. I mean, I agree. I definitely think they should make the big ult a bit better. Like, if I were given Flins, if I were, let's say Hoyo wakes up tomorrow and they send me an email. Okay, they say, "Hello, Zajef77. We are currently unsure which direction we should take for Flins's gameplay design and balance. Do you have any ideas that we could steal?" Alright. Say they reach out to me like that. What would I ask them to do? I think what I would do okay, let's think about the things that describe Flins. Right? The things that define Flins, right? So, he's a burst-focused character, right? He's lunar charge focused. He's got some pretty flexible combos. Right? Like, you have a 10-second window in which you need to use a skill with a 6-second cooldown twice. So you actually have a lot of flexibility on when exactly to use it. And I think that all of those things should stay there, right? So I wouldn't want to, like, because I think that's something that some people might think about. Reduce the skill cooldown to, like, 4.5. Reduce the energy cost to 20. Make the damage 2/3 of what it is to, like, incentivize him to stay on field for the full 10 seconds and get 3 mini bursts instead of 2. I don't really like that idea. Because I think it kind of restricts his options gameplay-wise, and I think that it's nice that he's not too restricted. I like that he doesn't have strict ER requirements, much like Verissa. I don't like that his big burst is effectively useless. I think I would like to come up with an idea that incentivizes using the big burst sometimes, but that doesn't make the big burst so good that you just want to use them as a quick swap unit that never goes into the field stance to use the mini bursts. So you can't make the burst too good. I also don't at all want to give him teams where I mean, that's basically what I already said. I don't want him to be... I want his big burst to be viable and usable, but I don't want to create teams for him that are like quick swap where he only uses burst, right? And so I think the best way to go about that is to make the big burst increase the damage of future mini bursts. So, for example, you can make it so that when he uses his big burst, he gets 2 stacks of... I don't know what you want to call it, just give it a fucking name. 2 stacks of... what should we call it? Two stacks of Nocturne. That's what we should call it, right? There's a musical theme in his naming, and a nocturnal theme. So, let's just call him Nocturne. When he uses the big burst, he gains 2 stacks of Nocturne. If he uses a mini burst, while he has a stack of Nocturne, the mini burst does a second instance of Thunderous Symphony additional damage. And that will create a situation where you could use the big burst, but only in teams that have a very large amount of energy generation. Because the big burst is only worth using if you can follow it up with the energy generation to use a mini burst right after it. It also introduces scenarios where rather than do E, E, and then immediately Q, you do E, E, but in order to get the energy to Q, you have to normal attacks. And you want to make sure you get the energy, the 30 energy to use the mini burst before the 6 seconds are over. What about using his burst as a pseudo stance change? Like using big burst makes his normals good? Nah, I don't think that's really necessary. I don't think he needs to be a character that can have that additional playstyle. I think it's fine for him to be a character that's like heavily restricted to teams that focus on the lunar charge reaction and lunar charge buffs. But I just think that it's kind of boring for him to have a big burst and a mini burst if the big burst is never worth using. But yeah, but also, it's kind of hard to design an interesting big burst that would be worth using, but not just better than the mini burst. And so that's why I think that the way to buff the big burst is to make it so that when you use the big burst, it buffs your next mini bursts. That way his playstyle effectively, like his base gameplay loop would stay the same, but his playstyle could end up changing based on his energy generation. And since energy generation is dependent on multiple factors, not just your team building, it would also mean that there are certain enemies that allow him to unlock that additional playstyle, even in teams that have low energy generation. Right, like against the Wayob. You open with a big burst, it one-shots the Wayob shield, you get all your energy back, and you can start... You can use the enhanced mini bursts. Wouldn't the ER requirements be crazy? Yeah, but the thing is, it also means that if you... It creates a scenario where additional ER past your basic ER requirements is still useful, right? Because let me open an energy sheet. Probably have one somewhere. Do I not have one somewhere? Do I not have one somewhere? I do, okay. There we go. So, baseline, Flins gets what? 5 particles from himself. Like, what is it? It's 1 every 3 seconds from Inefa, so like 5 from Inefa. Let's say he catches 3. And 2 from Electro Resonance. And there's 2 plus 1. You've got Sucrose particles that are batteried into him. You've got Ino particles. You've got enemy HP drops, 5 proc. Right, baseline energy requirement in this team would be 120. But if you're a bit above that, if you're at 130, 135, it creates a scenario where each rotation, you generate a little bit more than 60 energy, right? If you're at 135 ER, you generate 66 energy. That 6 additional energy is something that you will keep, because your burst container is bigger than your burst cost for the mini burst. And after enough rotations of this, that additional energy that you got ends up bringing you over the edge and allowing the 4th or 5th rotation to be a rotation that uses the big burst. Right? I would want for Flynn's base gameplay loop to allow for the use of the big burst as a way to capitalize on extra energy generation rather than the main focus of his gameplay loop. You won't build infinite ER on him so you can big burst every rotation, but you will have something that can make use of that extra particle generation or energy generation that you can get from a bunch of different sources. That's actually one of the things I don't like about Varisa's C2. Varisa's C2 allows you to use mini burst more often, but also completely fixes the energy problems. Which means that that additional aspect of needing more energy because you burst more often doesn't lead to interesting interactions with gameplay design. I think this constellation would be much more interesting if, instead of this saying will restore 11.5 energy when her plunge attack ground impact hits an opponent, it said Versa will gain 30% crit damage when her plunging attack ground impact hits an opponent, stacks up to 6-7 times. Which would create a dimension where you want to go out of your way to build way more energy to capitalize on her ability to use more bursts, right? But as it is, this C2 is a boring one, unfortunately. That would be a bit much for C2, no. No, it would not be. That would actually not even be that good. At 30% crit damage, that would be pretty awful. Keep in mind, Riz's mini burst costs 30. Right? Twice per rotation would be 60 crit damage, but it only happens after your mini burst. The first mini burst doesn't have anything. The second one only has 30. And it's just the plunges after that that have 60. But if you start building more ER, you can make that even more than 60. And also, those additional mini bursts also benefit from it. It's just, I think that characters that have more than one options for energy usage should have actual incentives and actual differences for those options. Anyways. But yeah, that's what I would do if I were tasked with deciding on the next version of Flins beta. Is Inefa stronger on new set compared to Gilded? If you're talking about the new damage set, no, because she can't maintain good uptime on it because she's not an on-fielder. Talking about the support set, you want someone on your team on the support set, but it doesn't have to be Inefa. I know it can be Inefa. Doesn't really matter which one it is. Is 2M better than Gilded for overall team DPS? For Flins teams, it generally is. Right? Did I have... I did. Alright. So if I change the set from TOM to Gilded Dreams, DPS goes down by 1.5k here. But it's not a major difference, honestly. Right? Her damage goes up by 2k, Flins' damage goes down by like 3.5k. Inefa technically only gets 20% ER from that support set. I mean, sure, but like, what do you think is the difference between Inefa on TOM, I know on Serenade, or Inefa on Serenade, I know on Noblesse? Either way, Inefa gets the attack percent from your attack percent set and the EM from Serenade, and that's it. She doesn't get actual personal stats. All she gets is team buffs. Because you want to play two support sets, because support sets are better than damage sets. And if you're going to be playing two support sets, it doesn't matter which character is on which set. Technically, if possible, you'd rather have Inefa on Serenade because her personal damage means that alleviating her ER requirements through the 2-piece Serenade generally improves your damage more than alleviating Aino's ER requirements. But Aino can't use TOM, and Noblesse has been full uptime, so in this case, I think that TOM, Inefa, Serenade, Aino is still slightly better. Even in a team without Flins? Obviously not. This is assuming you are playing a Lunar Charge carry. If you're not playing a Lunar Charge carry, obviously Inefa is going to be better on a damage set. Is Arlecchino an overrape with Yinefa? I know better on the new carry set or on Whimsy or / Glad. I'm not sure. I think they're... I mean, new set is going to be better than Glad, but I don't know if it's better than Whimsy.
What?
Calkit? I can't be bothered. Sorry. It's probably pretty similar. How vital are signature weapons to their characters nowadays? I mean, they're not vital, right? Every calc I make assumes the best 4-star weapon available. And if it's a battle pass weapon, it assumes R1, but for the rest, it generally assumes high refinement. Signature weapons are generally anywhere between a 15 to a 30% upgrade over free-to-play weapons, depending on how good the free-to-play weapons are and how good the signatures are. But lately, signature weapons are good. So it's more so a question of how good the free-to-play weapons are. Right? In Flins' case, your team DPS...
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
goes up by about 17% if you get his signature weapon. Flins' personal damage goes up by about 26%. That being said, that doesn't take into account the additional energy, because this is a team where I assume that the energy is fairly trivial. So there are going to be situations where it's more than that.
Fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. You have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
How much better is a Sig versus Homa? I don't think I actually have Homa, do I? I don't.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with me here.
Okay. So, count if... No. If this equal Homa, 0.8% of
my parents always say, no matter how busy life gets,
total HP,
always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when
0.
you're hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then
What
squash
the
it
heck?
down. Take a deep breath and wolf it down. I'm heading east. Don't you come with me here.
I should actually have this, do this directly on this sheet. Okay. Weapons. Homa. 608. %. HP. Is that it? That is it, right? Yeah. And then 66.2 CD, I think. Right? Is that right? I think so. So Homa a little bit less than 10% ahead. Around the same as Jadewing Spear. Around the same as High Refined Deathmatch. Actually around the same as Stop Scarlet Sands, huh? Maybe my stat optimization for Stop Scarlet Sands is sus here, though. Or maybe not. I don't know. Anyways. Let's go back to Shovel. What is Flins' current best defensive option other than Inefa? As in, what's a defensive option you can use on a team that has Inefa, or what's a good defensive option for people that don't have Inefa? Because the answer to those questions is different. If you have Inefa, you should play her no matter what and put your defensive option on something else if you want more. If you don't have Inefa, you probably want a defensive option on the Electro slot. To be fair, you can always just fucking put Barbara on the team, and it's not even... Honestly, Barbara might outright... Like, Barbara Auron might just be better than Kuki, I know. Man, your Hydra options are just so bad. What's up, Bumpy? Should I add Barbara? Oh no, you need the moon sign, you're right, I forgot. You need Ido for the moon sign, you're right. Yeah, that's true, I forgot. I'm an idiot. I don't need to add Barbara then. Yeah. Well, I should add Barbara anyways, actually. So, Barbara, base attack, 159. Attack percent, maybe like 10%. EM. Optimal Barbara build is probably EM crit. So let's have that. We can have that. Motion value attack. $117 and it hits. Is it 2 or 3 times? I forgot. Let's go check.
I'll take care of it.
I don't have my waypoint right now, do I? Yeah, I don't. It's only 2. Okay. That's what I thought, but I wasn't certain. So, 117% times 2. That's it. That's all of her damage. HP percent, say 20. Base HP, 9787. Actually, now that I think about it, it's probably not worth trying to maximize lunar charge damage, because you probably get more value from building more HP for the DI resonance. Yeah, so you probably don't go EM crit. We probably just go triple HP. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Do you have any additional stats from cons? Hydro damage doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, nothing else. Rotation length, she doesn't change anything. Crit value. If I change to Barbara, something went wrong. Something went deeply wrong. Oh no, it didn't. It's because I'm on blood soaked still. Okay. If we change to Barbara, we lose 6k, 5 point something k DPS. I don't have sac frag, do I? I'm gonna need to add it. Sac frag, 454 base attack, 221 EM. But yeah, this is a little pathetic, but it's still, like, functional. Yeah, it does seem like Barbara is better than C0, I know. Oh boy. Okay. I don't know how to feel about that. How? Because C0, I know, doesn't do anything. If you have Inefa, you already have the DEI resonance and the, like, 2 Nullcry activation stuff. But I know herself doesn't use the DEI resonance. Right? I know's from Nullcry. Barbara not being from Nullcry activates the or means that her stats actually help your DEI resonance. I forgot the HP Ascension, I think. Plus 24%. I don't think it changed anything because we're already capped anyways, though. We're gonna be able to do the same thing? Yeah. That being said, Kokomi's skill doesn't follow you. So I think Barbara's actually better. Yeah, you just gotta hope that your sac frag procs. And it needs to be R5. It's not an 80% though, it hits twice. So it's a... You have there is a 4% chance that your sac frag doesn't proc and your rotation is 30 seconds instead. What about energy? Yeah, the energy could be a problem here, I guess. I don't really want to fucking account for that right now, but it could be a problem. That's true. I guess we fix that by going Fav Lance on Inefa. And it mostly makes up for it. Which is basically the same as C0, I know, but you get healing. Is DEI resonance the one you call racist resonance? Yeah. The DEI resonance is the resonance that makes non-Nodcry characters buff lunar damage if you have 2 Nodcry characters or more on the team. And it's the DEI resonance because it makes it's an artificial incentive to use non-Nodcry characters in your Nodcry teams. Anyways, but yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I know it's like really dog shit. Which is exemplified by Barbara being a viable alternative. Did Find if you explain why Sucrose is good? Flins damage scales with attack percent. It's lunar charge damage, so it scales with EM. And it does not scale with damage percent, and it scales with crit. It's also electro damage, so it benefits from resistance shred. Sucrose provides 3 of those 4 things that Flins wants. There is not a single other character that does that. Like, I'm pretty sure there's not a single other character in the game that provides 3 of those. And on top of that, just the value, like the amount that Sucrose is providing is pretty high. Alright. If you look at, like, national teams, Sucrose has always been better than Kazuha in national. Partly because on a character that scales with EM, Sucrose's buffs with TTDS are just bigger than what Kazuha provides. On top of that, Flins' damage doesn't really scale well with damage percent, which makes Kazuha even worse. So obviously Sucrose is going to be way better. Alright, changing to Kazuha. Right? Takes you from 101k to 89k. 12k. 12k less DPS. More than 10%. It's a massive difference. Is Wandering Even Star close to TDDS in those themes? Yeah, it is. But I'm too lazy to add it to the sheet. All right. Make sure I don't get doxed. Okay, fine. All right, let's keep going with this. So, Lunar Charge. When Flins is on the team, we can zoom in a little. When Flins is on the team, Electro Charged reactions are converted to Lunar Charge. Triggering Lunar Charged has two main purposes. Upon triggering Lunar Charged, you obtain two main benefits. The reaction itself deals damage, but it also creates a thundercloud on the field. She doesn't public yet? No, not yet. The thundercloud's main purpose is to be present as a trigger condition for Lunar Charged focused. I guess I need to double hyphenize here. Lunar Charged focused characters talents. For example, Flins' burst deals an additional instance of damage when there's a thundercloud on the field. The reaction. Lunar Charged shares some similarities with electrocharged. It allows an electro and a hydro aura to coexist on enemies. And those auras get consumed, or get partly consumed at set intervals to deal electro damage. I think I should do some basic testing on lunar charge properties just in case before I continue the yap. Now that I have enough, it'll be easier. I guess I can do it in Abyss. I guess we can test with this for the first thing.
Care for a dance. Dance with me.
I missed my E. I don't want to talk about it. I need to be far enough that the orbitals don't hit, but close enough that the E does hit.
Care for a dance. Dance with me. Be a good audience.
Did it not work?
Care for a dance. Dance with me.
Oh, it did work. But I don't know if that was because the orbitals hit. It might have been because the orbitals hit.
Care for a dance. Dance with me.
Yeah, the orbital definitely hit there. Maybe I just look at Barbara instead. It'll be easier.
Care for a dance. Dance with me.
We did get it. I'm fairly sure, yeah. Seems like it's no problem. We just gonna just double check one more time.
For a dance. Dance with me.
We do get lunar charge. Did we get an instance of lunar charge damage though? That's what I'm not sure about. I need to double check that. We gotta pay attention to the damage numbers now.
Care for a dance. Dance with me.
My charge attack got cancelled.
Be a good audience.
GG.
Care for a dance. Dance with me.
I didn't see a damage number.
Audience, won't you?
Oh no.
Care for a dance. Dance with me.
That looked like there was no damage number. Oh. Wait, that's not good.
Care for the dance. Dance with me.
Wait, that's not good at all.
Care for the dance. Dance with me.
Yeah, it looks like we're not getting the first damage number, huh?
Be a good audience, won't you?
I may be an idiot. I don't need to see the most recent showcase, okay? They're all the fucking same shit. You just realized that? Yeah, I just realized that. Because Electro Charge works differently. That's actually a pretty big deal. Maybe Llama's a lot worse than I give her credit for in the Flins teams, huh? Oh no. Alright, I'll be right back, Joe. Chad, that's kind of cringe, honestly. That means you can trigger Lunar Charge without dealing any damage with it. That's really stupid, and I don't like that.
Care for a dance. Dance with me.
Oh, I got the damage this time, but... Like, look, we get Lunar Charge here, but we don't get any damage. It's kind of annoying. Maybe the cloud is needed? That's not the point. But obviously the cloud is needed, but the cloud is happening. That's not the problem here. That's actually fucking cooked, then. Yeah, we're gonna have to change our calcs now. Oh no. It's like I'm fine with the problem. When you trigger Lunar Charge without allowing the Hydro Aura to hit the enemy, you don't get the Lunar Charge reaction damage. Which means the amount of Lunar Charge procs with Llama on the team is going to be much, much lower. probably fine. Damn. That's rough. GG, chat. This is gonna be... Ooh! Minus 7k. Ooh! Minus 10k. Ooh! Minus 8k. Ooh! Minus 9k. Yeah. GG. Yeah, the Llama teams are just worse now. Damn. Is there a chance it's just a bug? Probably not. I'm assuming the idea they're going with is that it's not the reaction itself that triggers the damage, it's the clouds that deal damage against enemies that are affected with Hydro and Electro. But triggering the reaction just generates a cloud, it doesn't do anything else. Lowering if Nvidia is dead? No, it doesn't change anything for that team, honestly.
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
Oh, I forgot to put enough on the team. I'm a fucking idiot. Is this in Flins teams that Loma is dead? It's not just Flins, it's Flins. But also other Electro and Dendro carries. And Loma's not dead, but it makes the Loma and Effa combo a lot worse for them.
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
The show's only just.
That. Now what happens if...
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
Okay. So... I see. That makes sense. At least. And GG. Oh. Loma is still better than the Sucrose alternatives, like Kazuha, but she is a decent amount worse than Sucrose. Damn. Cooked. Alright, let's take a look at what leakers gave us. Do a showcase for this. Let's see how it goes. So let's see how it loops with Syncto Burst. Use a Syncto Burst at exactly 1 second. Okay, this is an awful rotation. That's not how you're supposed to start. Wow, this is not how you play this team. You're doing a 25-second rotation with 1 cookie E. That is 60% uptime. This is not good. Like, just put the right on the team, little bro. I mean, I don't want to, like, make fun of someone for something like this. Like, it's good they're posting gameplay examples, but don't evaluate the team based off of that rotation, basically. Because these are not good rotations. Most people do like the healing from Cookie. Yeah, but if you're gonna play Cookie, don't wait until 10 seconds after your skill cooldown is back to reuse the skill. If you want to play Cookie, you can. But don't have the Cookie skill inactive for 10 seconds. That's a bad idea. That's not good. Anyways. Alright. We need to add something here. However, the Thundercloud isn't enough to get the actual lunar charged reaction damage. Without a third hydro application before the next Dendro one. Even with the medium with the fairly fast hydro applicators like Elon, you will still be losing out on most of the lunar charged reaction damage itself. Maybe it's a stupid question, but is it necessary to rotate instead of just going through characters as their cooldown comes up? In Hyperbloom, you mean? In Hyperbloom, you just swap to characters when their cooldowns are up. It's part of why it's such an easy team to play. Anyways. Let me go to Nahida. You might miss out on Thundercloud uptime and will definitely miss out on most, if not all, of your lunar charge reaction damage itself. Okay, we've changed this. Upon triggering lunar charge, you generate a thundercloud on the field, which provides you with two main benefits. Up to once every 2 seconds, enemies no, I don't need to describe this here. I can describe it in the reaction part. First, it deals damage to enemies affected by Hydro and Electro. Actually, using first when you only have a list of 2 things is kind of weird. Whatever. Second, it enables certain lunar charged characters abilities. For example, Flins' Burst deals an additional instance of damage when there's a thundercloud on the field. Use a call-in. No. Call-in does not work here. Semicolon could be used here, but I don't think it's better than a period. I feel like when both a semicolon and a period can function, if you choose to use a semicolon, you're just trying to impress people. Ooh, I understand how to use semicolons. Look at me. You should keep semicolons for moments where periods don't make sense. And here a period makes sense. Lunar Charge shares some similarities with Electrocharge. It allows an Electro and a Hydro Aura to coexist on enemies, and those auras get partly consumed at set intervals to deal Electro damage. Okay, while however, there are also many differences. Electro charged damage is triggered every second. But certain conditions can allow it to be triggered slightly faster. It only scales with character, or with your character's level and EM. And deals damage when it's triggered, even if the aura doesn't make it to the enemy, or make it onto the enemy. Lunar charged, however, is triggered at most every 2 seconds. With no ways to make a tick happen earlier. It scales with the same stats as Electrocharged, plus, but also has the ability to crit. Although its EM scaling is worse. Is Flins, I know, Sucrose, and Kuki an okay team? Everyone else who usually is on his premium teams, I don't have those characters. Yeah, that's fine. If you want a sustain unit and you don't have Inefa, that's probably your best bet for your Flins teams. But not having Inefa is pretty rough if you want a sustain option. Because the Kuki teams are like 30% behind the Inefa teams. I'm not sure, Led. I'll have to think about it. It also doesn't deal damage itself, but rather creates the thundercloud, which only deals its damage when both auras are present on enemies. This means triggering lunar charged in a Dendro team can often create the thundercloud without actually allowing that thundercloud to deal damage. Alright. Since many of Flins's optimal teammates buff EM either directly or through their artifacts. Actually, no. Yeah, it is terrible. It is the singer. One of the singers in this song is the Arlecchino VA. Since many of Flynn's optimal teammates buff EM, and he favors crit stats whenever or wherever they're available. We need to add the based on the stats of the last character to have applied either Hydro or Electro. Alright. The damage of Lunar Charged, unlike Electro Charged, and every other reaction in the game, actually scales with the stats of every character that contributed, or that applied Hydro or Electro since the last instance of damage. It calculates the damage of each contributor individually and adds them up then sums. No. Do a line break just so I can think. Actually, it's decay base, and applying the element once can allow you to partake in 2 lunar charge procs. That's not what? Nothing I've said here would imply that you can only partake in lunar charge once per application. Oh, actually, no, you're right. You're right. That is, you are right. I have written something that is not entirely true. It's not since the last instance of damage. It's just that applied Hydro or Electro period. That is true. You're right. Then deals damage based on the how do I explain this in a way that flows? Like, it's easy to make it make sense, but it's not easy to make it sound good. Then once the individual contribution has been calculated, it then adds up the highest. It then divides and then halves the second highest contribution and divides all others by 12. Then adds them up. In other words, the highest triggers damage is fully accounted for. The second highest is halved, but still relevant, and additional contributors are incredibly insignificant. Since many of Flynn's optimal teammates buff CM and he favors crit stats wherever they're available, on top of his weapons and sets also providing you with these stats. Of his passives, weapons, and sets also providing you with these stats. He is generally the highest contributor to the lunar charged reaction damage. I need to fucking change my keyboard, man. Second highest is then generally Inefa. And the third highest, and the Hydro character is the third, making their stats fairly insignificant. However, hey, thank you for the raid, Vomfy. Vomfy, I don't know if you were here earlier when I realized this, but I'm cooked, man. I realized today that if you trigger Lunar Charged without applying, or without the Hydro Aura making it onto the enemy, it doesn't deal the actual Lunar Charge reaction damage. You see the Lunar Charge text, but there's no Lunar Charge number. And it kind of kills Flins Llama. Cooked. Cooked. Anyways, GG. Hope you had a good stream. How can you prog with that Hydro? You didn't prog it. What I mean is, if you trigger Lunar Charge with Hydro, but without the Hydro making it onto the enemy as an aura. Like, it's basically just what happens when you apply Hydro onto a quickened enemy, pretty much. You'll still get the Thundercloud, but it won't deal damage. So you lose out on the Lunar Charge procs in those teams, which is kind of cooked. But, oh well. However, Flins does not have full uptime. So some procs will disregard his stats altogether. Which allows your Hydro characters' stats to matter a bit more. Also, if your Hydro character is an EM scaler, like I know, they can sometimes, or they can have partial second ownership instead of Inefa. Overall, this Lunar Charged damage generally represents around 20% of your team DPS. Next, the talent. Actually, I'll be right back. Alright. Guards. Ugh. Is there anything else I want to say about the reaction itself? Yes, there is. Since Lunar Charged only ticks every 2 seconds, and only consumes a fairly small amount of aura on each tick, it does not benefit from your Hydro application being fast. As long as Hydro is reapplied, before the third tick, you will a basic 1 unit of Hydro allows for 2 ticks, meaning that as long as Hydro is reapplied within 4 seconds before the third tick would happen, you won't lose any uptime on the reaction. This allows slower Hydro applicators to still have more than enough application for Flins' teams. Although you do need some form of all-field application to properly enable him. Alright, the talent. How long does the thundercloud last exactly? I think it's 5 seconds, but I just want to double check. We will hit with Hydro at exactly 55.
Dance with me. The show's only just begun.
It's 6. It's 7. It's 8! What the fuck? It's 8 seconds? That's more than I thought. Jesus Christ. 8 seconds is kind of crazy. Okay, does that mean you could technically use Molani? Fuck, it does.
Have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
I also want to check if I have 2 apps in a row at the start, or 3 apps or whatever, can I end up getting 3 procs without reapplying?
Care for a dance? Dance with me.
I can, yeah. Okay. That's what I thought, but I needed to be sure. And does the duration change if we do this? From the... I don't think so, but I just want to double check.
Care for a dance?
At 57. Fuck, I triggered it by accident with the orbitals. Cooked.
Care for a dance? Dance with me.
We got it at 57.
Time to act.
Yeah, it seems like it was still 8 seconds. Alright. I guess that means if your sock frag doesn't proc on Barbara, you just say, I don't give a fuck, and just do a normal attack and swap out. That's kind of funny. Alright. The talent. So. For 8 seconds after triggering Lunar Charge, a thundercloud will be on the field. While this thundercloud is on the field, Lunar Charged, focused characters get additional effects on some of their abilities. Flins. The most important effect, or additional effect for Flins, is the additional hit on his mini burst. Actually, no. Abilities can deal lunar charged lunar charged damage directly. Lunar charged damage dealt through these abilities is completely independent from the lunar charged reaction damage, but is often conditional on the presence of a thundercloud. Which stays present for 8 seconds after triggering lunar charged. This damage, which will be referred to as lunar charged talent damage, is calculated slightly differently from most other sources of damage. Instead of being increased by sources of damage percent, like electro damage, it is increased only by lunar charged damage increases. However, this also includes the lunar charged damage increase from LEM. It also this makes it function similarly this makes lunar charged damage scale with the same stats as vaporize and melt reactions. Bar. Is that. Can you say that? Can you say bar? For like, except? Yeah, you can. Because I feel like that's the right word to use here. Bar damage percent. I looked it up to make sure you could. And you can. You'd say barring damage percent? Are you sure? I don't think so. Whatever. Say accept. I'm not confident. Another similarity, another property it shares with those reactions is that its damage is multiplied. Although the multiplier is 3, as opposed to the 1.5 and 2. As opposed to 1.5 or 2. Unlike most other sources of damage, it can also bypass enemy defense. Since the defense multiplier is generally around 0.45 in most endgame content, this is effectively an additional multiplies the damage by 2. Again. For a character that obtains let's actually make a proper number comparison. Base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, EM multiplier, damage percent. We don't need the crit value, because it's going to be the same for both. Alright, Flins base attack is what, 356? 352. Prospector's drill is 510. Attack percent 41.3. 46.6 times 2. 20 from subs. 20 from artifact set. 24 from PTDS. 350. EM. 160 plus like another 150 from Inefa, 120 from the set bonus, 200-ish from Sucrose, um, 100-ish from 80-ish from Substats, 80 from the set from the 2-piece. Is there anything else? For EM buffs? Not really. It's gonna be Kira at 800. Yeah. It's just I know. I guess we might as well have I know. Fuck it. I know C1. Yeah, multiplier 1.28 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1 plus 48% plus 20% plus it caps at 36, but you don't get 36 with I know on the team. Let's just not look at I know then. Let's look at Yulon. So we lose the 60 EM from this. And we also get 20% from the 2 set bonuses. Okay. Key attack. Motion value. 121.5 plus 176.7. Effective attack, total attack, times EM multiplier. I guess I might as well also have the crit value, crit multiplier. Okay. Alright. And if we were to, instead of doing 2 girls plus 1, if we had a proper, like, a damage percent scaling character, in a team that does, like, Eonsan, Chilonen, Farina, let's say. Eonsan, Chilonen, Farina, yeah, that works. So, okay, so we would have, what weapon would we have as a polearm if Flins was a damage percent character, not a lunar charge character? Just burst damage. I guess it would be the catch or like Wavebreaker. That's really funny. It'd probably be Wavebreaker's Fin. Let's just do deathmatch though. 454. Attack percent 46.6, 24. 30. From Eonsan. 20 from TOM, 20 from substats. Is that it? Probably. Flat attack, 350 plus 810. EM. Damage percent, we'd have 46.6. We'd have Cinder City, we'd have Petra, we'd have Farina. Is that it? I think so. You wouldn't proc Eonsan C6. Crit value plus 36.8 times 2. then if we want the damage to stay the same, this divided by this times 1.15 times 190 divided by 390. Am I an idiot? I am. Yeah. Okay, cool. So it'll be about 8 times. You would need your motion value to be about 8 times bigger to achieve the same damage number. Alright. All things considered, lunar charged talent damage generally ends up doing or outputting about as much damage, as much actual damage as normal talent damage, that is one digit higher. In other words, a good shorthand way to conceptualize Flins's around 300% scaling on his mini burst is fairly similar to a around 3000% scaling lunar charged scaling, normal scaling. maintaining enough Thundercloud uptime for Flins's burst to always get the additional hit is paramount. But specific rotations can allow this to happen without off-field, or without any off-field hydro. If you're willing to accept the loss of lunar charge reaction damage. If we had like a Hydro Bennett, I think you actually would use that for Flins. Over, like, you'd give up on the off-field Hydro app and you'd just use the Bennett.
Huh? Ooh.
It's also possible to just say this here. What happens if you replace Sucrose with Bennett? It's worse, but it's playable. It's a fine. Bennett is a fine healer option if you want one. Moon signs. The amount of Nodcry characters on your team decide your moon sign. One Nodcry character means nascent. Gleam. And 2 or more means ascendant. Gleam. Since the additional hit from the mini burst is conditional on your moon sign being ascendant, using Flins with another Nodcry character is necessary. Ascendant Gleam also provides other bonuses. By itself, when characters that aren't from Nod Cry use abilities in Ascendant Gleam, your lunar charged damage, or your lunar reaction damage, is increased based on their stats. Up to 36%. This is additive with the EM multiplier, so it isn't necessary to max it out, but it allows for non-cry characters to have a nice upside. The Nod Cry artifact sets also both provide larger bonuses in Ascendant Gleam, with the carry set providing 30% crit rate, and the support set providing a 120 EM buff. Flins also directly gets 20% lunar charged damage from one of his talents. The set is only 30 crit rate? Yeah, only 30 crit rate. I can't. Bench set, true and real. Isn't Frena's 36? Oh. Yeah, but you're excluding the rest of the effect. Damage percent is bad on non-cry characters. EM is not bad. And you also get 10% lunar charge damage. Anyways. Is there anything else we need to say about moon signs? Not really, right? Yeah. Taunt usage and combos. Flins' gameplay loop is focused on using his skill to enter a special stance, then using a special skill during that stance to change his burst into the mini burst, which consumes significantly less energy but deals almost as much damage. This special skill has a 6-second cooldown, which can't be reduced by cooldown reduction effects. Those effects will instead apply to the base skill cooldown. Base skill cooldown. If it could apply to the special skill, no. During this cooldown, Flins will use as long as he's still in the special stance, he will be able to attack enemies with electro infused normal attacks. The damage of those attacks is fairly inconsequential. But Flins' particle generation is tied to using those attacks instead of using the skill itself, making it important to still hit enemies. Despite the low damage. Alright. Skill. If I really wanted to be, like, thorough about it, I'd already start having, like, the actual in-game, like, text description for these things. But I just really can't be bothered. I might do that eventually. I might just skip it entirely. You guys can read. Flins' skill. Ancient Rite Arcane Light. Ancient Rite Arcane Light. Gives him an switches him to, what's it called? Manifest Flame. Manifest Flame form for 10 seconds. During, in this form, his attacks are infused with Electro, and he gains access to another elemental skill. Northland Spearstorm. Northland Spearstorm. You're just typing the E description? Yeah, but also no. There's just so much shit that's not necessary. Like, that cannot be other-written, unable to perform plunge attacks, interruption resistance is increased. These things are not important to understanding how the kit works. So them being present the first time you read the skill just makes it more confusing. Northland Spearstorm deals low damage, but using it converts his burst to Thunderous Symphony, which will be referred to as the mini burst. Northland Storm as Northland Storm's 6-second cooldown means you will only be able to use it twice per Manifest Flame, but the timing will be quite lenient. During Manifest Flame. Normal attacks. Generate an electro particle with a 2-second cooldown. This means you generally spend between 6 to 10 seconds using those electro normal attacks between mini bursts, and you'll generate 3 to 5 particles that way. Anything else about the skill itself that we need to say? Not really, right? I guess the no plunge attacks. Flins can't use plunge attacks during this form, but since plunge attacks don't scale with the EM he wants to build for his lunar charged damage, this doesn't really matter. He also gets resistance to interruption. Mini burst. Twice per rotation. Flins can use his mini burst, Thunderous Symphony, for 30 energy. He deals lunar charged damage based on around 300% of his attack. This is his main source of damage, and generally represents That's 50 out of 70. Yeah. Around half of your team's total DPS. What else do I want to say about his burst? Since Flins can store up to 80 energy, because of the 80 energy cost of his normal burst, Flins can Flins has a bit more flexibility in his energy requirements than most characters. Since Spiral Abyss allows you to start with full energy, even if his ER is lower than his actual ER requirements, it can take quite a few rotations until you actually run out of energy. On the other hand, if your ER is higher than your ER requirements, you can find yourself with additional energy, which, actually no. We'll say that in the big burst section. Even outside of Spiral Abyss, like in Stygian Onslaught, enemies often have high resistance or invulnerability phases during which you can store energy without using his mini burst for future rotations. Also, I'll be right back. I'm back. Alright. Alright. On the other hand, in situations where you generate more energy than you need, you can swap out of Flins immediately after the second mini burst, provided you have something else you could be doing. If you're another thing or another option available to you when you generate more energy than necessary is to use Flins's normal burst, Ancient Ritual Cometh the Night. Ancient Ritual Cometh the Night. Is the T capitalized? It is not. For 80 energy, he deals damage based on around 500% of his deals lunar charged damage based on around 500% of his attack. He technically also does normal talent damage with his big burst, but it is fairly insignificant. In terms of damage per second, in terms of DPS, Flins's big burst is much of DPS based on field time. Flins's big burst is much stronger than his mini burst. However, both in terms of DPS based on rotation, based on cooldown, and in terms of damage per point of energy generated, it is significantly worse. That does not mean that Flins's burst is never worth using. However, unlike a character like Marissa, Marissa's rotations often allow for three enhanced skills, which could allow for 3 mini bursts. But the team's energy generation is low enough that you would have to go out of your way to generate energy past up to 90, let alone past it. Because of that, that's not. Let alone over it. Because of that, Marissa's rotations generally use 2 mini bursts with extra energy, allowing a 3rd mini burst when available. Flins, however, does not have a way to use a 3rd mini burst. Because, unlike Marissa, he can't use his mini burst outside of the allocated, or outside of the times allowed, or the times outside of the opportunities gated by his skill cooldown. This means that extra energy simply gets stocked up until until it's full. Once it is, you can simply open Flins's rotation. With the big burst instead of the mini burst. This, since the big burst is a much less efficient way to convert energy to damage than the mini burst. Additional sources of energy on him aren't as good as they are on Marissa, but they are better than on characters that only have one option for their burst. I sure hope they won't rewrite his kid and this guy becomes useless. Aware. I really wish the big burst was a bit better. Just a bit. Just a tiny bit. Hope for V4. Yeah. Wait, Vonfi, have you looked at EMC with Flins at all? Because I was looking at it, and I think that with perfect gameplay, which is difficult on EMC because the amulets are fucking annoying, right? Anytime there's something that, like, you have to pick up on a specific spot on the ground, things get cringe as hell. But just based on, like, optimistic assumptions, I think EMC is actually the second best Electro slot after Inefa. I think EMC with big burst every other rotation is better than Auron or Yonzon or Sarah. I think in practice that's not happening, but I don't think I ever read EMC's kit fully. Yeah, that's understandable, honestly. The main thing with the MC is when you use skill, you generate 3 amulets on the ground. I'm going to assume that you're C6 for now, right? You generate 3 amulets on the ground, which each generate 4 energy. However, if you pick them up when you're low energy, they generate double energy. So they each generate 8 instead. And because you should always be picking up the amulet right after using your big burst, they will be doubled on the rotation where you've just used the big burst. So, 24 energy, and then on the next rotation, it's not doubled, because you use Big Burst only every other rotation. So 12, so 36, so 18 flat energy per rotation. But you also get 20% ER, which is increased based on EMC's energy recharge. You generally build like around 300 ER on EMC. So it's about 50% just energy recharge provided to the character. And then also, you use EMC's burst every other rotation. And that's 1 flat energy generated. It's actually 1.333 because every third one is doubled. It's 112. But yeah, 4 energy generated per 3 attacks with a 0.5 second cooldown. So it generally works fairly well. Each attack input on Flins is going to be plus 1.33 energy. Every other rotation. This is generally another, like, 20-ish. Maybe a bit less than that, because it might not be full uptime. So, like, 18-ish energy. Plus the 18... Plus the 36 from this. That's, 54 flat energy for 2 rotations. And 50% ER. And 15% Electro Shred. When I was doing my energy calcs, this was Flins, Inefa, Flins, EMC. Didn't know they give so much ER. They give a fuck ton of ER. It's insane. Like, the actual, like, theoretical cap of energy generation on EMC, right? This is a 13.5 second cooldown that can be reduced by 4.5. So it's 9 second cooldown. And it's 12 energy that gets doubled, so it's 24 energy per 9 seconds. Plus the burst, plus the ER. It's insane, the amount of energy this character can generate in the right scenarios. Anyways, so this, we still get 5 from Flins, but instead of 3 from Inefa, we get 0. And then we still get 1 from Electro Resonance, but we only get 1 particle from Electro MC. Cooked. That being said, you also get an additional Fav proc. Honestly, yeah, whatever. Instead of 60, it's 60 plus 40. But you also get 54 divided by 2 refund and 50% extra ER, which makes your ER requirements to burst every other rotation with EMC pretty much the same as the ER requirements for normal rotations with Inefa. Which is very funny. Should I actually properly add EMC to this sheet? I'm actually so down, by the way. I'm so down. Base attack is 212. Isn't there additional attack from the Skirk training or so, and the Alhaitham shit? Where is that? Oh well. I'll just ignore it, I guess. It's not like it actually matters. 24%. EMC probably goes ER, EM crit, I guess. So 187 EM plus like 80. You would definitely want EMC on Serenade. You can get the 20% ER. Motion value attack 157. 157 times 3. Motion value attack 2 is 228.8 plus 65.6 times 4/3 times 15 divided by 2, because you get it every other rotation. That should be it. Base HP 10,875. Damage percent. We don't get any, do we? That's funny. Actually, no damage percent from anything. Rotation length doesn't change. Crit value gonna be the same as Kuki. Woke meter, Electro. However, there are still things we need to add. So when you do EMC, we need to add motion value to Flins. So if count if, no, not if. What was the count if setup I was doing? Also to elaborate on what I said a couple days ago, I'm getting Alhaitham Quicken to be very close to Hyperloom because Nahida just does a lot of damage. I realized, Vamfi, today that I have been an idiot and that you don't get lunar charged reaction damage if you don't wipe the Dendro Aura. Like you need to have a Hydro Aura onto the enemy to deal reaction damage. If you trigger lunar charged through a Dendro Aura, it doesn't deal damage, it just creates the Thundercloud. So now that I've realized this, it makes a lot of sense for the Quicken teams that don't have Hydro to be about as good as the Hydro ones. Because you lose out on all the lunar charge damage that I was assuming you're getting. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, I need the count if thing. Okay, so plus count if this Electro MC, and if it's Electro MC, we have times 27.6 times 3 plus 198.8 times 2 times 3 divided by 2. Yeah. And now if I change this to Electro MC, your motion value goes up. Yeah, okay, cool. And once we have added this, what else do we need? We need Are there any other changes? Yes. We also get additional talent damage. with the burst initial hit, which is 441.7. Okay. I need to add Electro MC here as well. No. So if I change it to Electro MC, this should be 3.25? 2.5. I think I'm an idiot. You know what? This is fucking good enough. I'm not bothering with that shit. And then resistance. Minus count 15% times count if this Electro MC no. This is only on burst, right? So it's only every other rotation. Oh well. Okay, so this should just go minus 7.5. So minus 37. No. Yeah. Minus 37.5 and minus 22.5. Yeah. Alright, cool. And that should do it for the changes from EMC. Yeah. It's so fucking hilarious that just in terms of Flynn's personal DPS, EMC is like noticeably better than Inefa. That's so funny. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious, actually. Holy fuck. Okay. We can actually have an actual EMC one. That sounds fun. We gotta stick to Ino. And we'll do Ino C0, I think. No, not Eonson C0. What the heck? That's wrong. Okay. Ino C0. Yeah, I remember I got 90k when I did the napkin math. Electro MC. No. Was it in conditional formatting? Yeah, it was. Manage rules. Look at this rule. Format. More colors. Copy the hex code. Cancel, cancel, cancel. New rule. Format cells that contain specific value. Electro. Format. More colors. Paste the hex code. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah, so Electro MC is the highest non-ENFO option. Impossibly difficult to play. Is the MC better than Inefa with C1R1 Flins? No, it won't be. Vertical investment on Flins makes the MC worse, because his C1 makes him do more damage, but it doesn't increase the damage his Big Burst does. Does that mean that the best 2-cost Flins team is actually C1 Flins with EMC? Surely not, right? Or maybe it's R1 Flins with EMC. Ooh. I don't know. We should probably actually include the energy refunds in everything. So Ketane energy refund happens once per rotation. Where is it? And it's plus 12 energy. Which means every like 7 rotations, it's plus 1 big burst. If it doesn't affect your stat line. What about 5? So if we go 5, it's plus 6 clear particles. N plus 30% ER. Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. 30% ER. Oh. So it's the equivalent of getting an additional burst every 2.5 rotations. I think I should add this to the weapons. So weapons. Okay, dude. Bursts per rotation. So any weapon that doesn't give ER is nothing. And then for weapons that do, so ketane. It's 12 energy per rotation. So it's 0.15 burst per rotation. Blood soaked. It's also 12 per rotation. Fav lengths, I said, was 1 per 2.5 rotations. Are there any other pole arms that would provide you with additional energy? I guess we could look at engulfing, but engulfing is kind of cope, actually. I guess that's it. Alright. And now, the I want the lookup stuff. Lookup weapons. And it's 11. So for B2, if I give him ketane. Okay. So it is working. That is the right one. Okay. And then Lunar Charge Talent, motion value Lunar Charge. Plus H lookup B2, weapons. Times the motion value of the burst times 3. So if I go ketane, you get 20 instead of 18. It's like 220 motion value. The actual motion value is like 500 times 18. Times 3. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Is there anything else I need to add? Yes. This same thing. Also gets added here. Right? And it should be 60 motion value, 25.7. Yeah. Wow. Ketane is actually not that much worse than Shovel when you include the additional big burst you get eventually from the extra energy generation. Moment of truth. Oh! No. 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 No! No! Chat! Why is Flins better? Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. Ah, oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. 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 Oh fuck. Maybe the big burst is actually in a balanced spot now that I think about it. You know what? Maybe that does make sense, yeah. What happened? I have realized that assuming you have a high refined fav that procs twice per rotation, the extra energy from fav allowing you to use big burst every 2.5 rotations actually makes fav a better weapon than the craftable. Yet another character whose best in slot weapon is fav. Ah, fuck, man. On the bright side, you guys won't need to level up a new weapon. When do you use the big ult? When you have the energy for it at the start of a rotation. Every time. It won't really interfere with your buff uptime because there's pretty much none of your buffs that have a duration that's short enough for them to expire right after your second mini burst anyways. On top of that, this is actually lower than what the practical thing will be because in practice, you can make sure that you line up the additional burst with a TDDS, so it always get the full buff instead of an average half buff. How long is burst animation? It doesn't matter. Because you can use skill to put the skill on cooldown, then use big burst, then skill again for the special skill, generate the energy by auto-attacking, use mini burst, then skill again, then mini burst again. And it doesn't actually extend your rotation. It effectively just means that you're using the big burst instead of doing shitty normal attacks in between your mini bursts. If your skill isn't back off cooldown yet, you use it before the skill. If it is back off cooldown, you use it after the skill. You probably do E and 1 to generate the particle, and Q. How much damage does the big ult do? It's a little bit under 500 lunar motion value. It's 27.6 times 3 plus 200 times 2 at level 9 versus the 300 that the mini burst does. So it's like 1.5, a little bit more than 1.5 mini burst. Isn't it times 2? That's what I said. 3 times the small one plus 2 times the big one. What do you mean, like, twice as big? It's not quite twice as big. How often does he ult with Fav plus EMC? You can't do that. Because the problem with EMC is EMC cannot burst every rotation unless you accept 20-second rotations, which you don't want to do. And also, Flins cannot burst every rotation unless you accept 20-second rotations, which you don't want to do. In other words, you can't really burst more than once every other rotation. Can you burst every 1.5 rotations? It's going to be hard to make your energy generation line up. Well, yeah, that's a tweet. Right, sorry, chat. I gotta check something real quick. There we go. What am I doing wrong? I can't even clear first half. Your Nahida looks a bit off. Okay. We're being helpful, chat. Alright, so I don't wanna ruffle any feathers or anything, but it seems like Flins's best free-to-play weapon might be Fab Lance. Because using the big burst every 2 to 3 rotations from the extra energy is a tiny bit better than all the stats provided by the new craftable. I don't know how I feel about this, man. I really don't. On the bright side, for the 3 people who really love Flins's animations and also have an R5 Fab Lance and also don't have high refine battle pass weapons and also don't have good 5-star stat sticks, you get to see them. Pog. Look at replies on the Farida. Let's see. Okay. I was unfamiliar with your game. My life is nearly completely devoid of meaning. Nothing remains but groggy stupor. Is that how you say that word? I've only ever seen it written down. I've never heard it. Is it stupor or stupor? I feel like it's stupor. Anyways. After sleeping. Delusional fantasies from novels and the comfort of at the bottom of a bottle. My god. How is Fat Lance compared with the 5-star stat 6? It's worse. It is not as good. Anyways. I'll probably add from Hyper. What is Tamayuda Tei? Comfy. Torch? Oh, Torch, I see. Torch. Disgusting. Ew. I hate it. You have it higher. It's a decent amount lower than mine, though. I'm kind of... Uh... Let me actually check my Flins damage. Yeah, I have it like... You remember to take off Inefa's 14% base? Yeah, I have that properly coded in to the... Yeah, multiplier has a count if with Inefa. Yeah, I guess this is fake. Oh, wait. Do I have 5 sword? No. I'll just do 5 bow, whatever. And I guess EMC has to be on Serenade. And Ino has to be on Noblesse. Slightly lower. What? Oh. Oh. No, but I'm still like 100k DPR higher. Might just be because of my difference in assumptions. Actually no, it probably is. My assumptions tend to be slightly more optimistic than KQM standard for characters that scale with a lot of different stats. So, yeah. That's probably what the difference is. Alright. Anyways, what did I want to check? I want to check Scoured Spine. Came here from your tweet and hell nah. Crit value is 8% times 2, right? And then bursts per rotation. Where's my energy sheet? There it is. So this times 36.8%, about 18 energy per rotation. So 18 divided by 80. And now if I look at Skyward Spine, okay. It's actually better than the free-to-play. About as good as Fav. Although, the Fav isn't properly coded in because Fav also allows you to go non-Kita, non-Inefa. Right, you get to go, like, Fjords. Another, like, 4 to 5k DPS. Or something else. I actually think I'm gonna do... I'm gonna do Scarred Spine with Refines, because I think there's a lot of people that have a fucking a bunch of Scoured Spine lying around that they're not using because it's not really good on anyone. R5 Scoured Spine. Does the extra MV from Spine ever matter? No. No, it does not. R5 Scoured Spine is about as good as, like, Jadewing Spear, I guess. Eh. Do we look at Engulfing, too? I will. What's the trigger condition for Engulfing again? After using an Elemental Burst, you can basically maintain a fuck ton of uptime on this. Pretty much full uptime. So, 85.1 ER. 85.1 times this. It's basically 40. Oh my. 40 is a lot. That's just an outright just one burst every 2 rotation. Oh no. 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 Engulfing Lightning. 608. With Engulfing, you get 30%, 85%, plus the around 125 you're at a baseline is 210% times 28%. Then the burst per rotation is 0.5. No. Wait, you're right. Skyward Spine is 674 base, not 608. Wait. So Engulfing is 132 and Blood Soaked at this point is 136. That's so funny! No! Wait, chat. I've just had an idea. What happens if you just go ER Sands? Like... It's basically +1 burst every other rotation. So if we lose 46.6% attack, but we gain one big burst every 3 rotations. It's better. Am I fucking something up? Or what? It's just because you're so fucking omega saturated on every single stat. Yeah, I guess that's also assuming the big burst doesn't miss and it will miss. Attack from passive is wrong. It doesn't count base ER. For engulfing, you are right. You are right, actually. Thank you very much. Thank you. But that won't change anything for the ER sands. Flins, ER, sands. First, let's just check if the sheet is getting broken if I change to this. It is not. Good. And now we're gonna add burst per rot. Flynn's ER sands is 1 out of 3. And then the motion value here is going to be an H lookup of characters. And it's 21. If I change to Flynn's ER sands, the motion value here, yep, that's working properly. And then Flynn's ER sands does not have attack sands. And now, if we swap the Flynn's ER sands, it should be at 113. Yep. Oh boy. This has made me realize that ER sands might be better than attack sands in some scenarios. You have the rotation with a big ult and I can send that to Chef and see how it works. It's just, you add a big burst between the two first skills, right? Like, instead of doing EEQ, normal attacks, EQ, normal attacks, you do E, N, 1, Q, E, normal attacks, Q. I mean, we don't need to write down the normal attacks, right? Like, they're pretty much implied, right? Instead of E, EQ, EQ, you do EQ, E, Q, EQ. Basically. The biggest problem is making sure that you get to 30 energy after the big burst, before the 6 seconds for the first mini burst expire. That's the biggest potential problem. But if you get there, then this rotation is doable. Yeah, also, if you, in order to get there more easily, you want to N1 here to get the electro particle from the first normal attack. Private server has infinite energy, so that's fine. Okay, then that's fine. And if the skill, like if the manifest flame form deactivates the normal burst, you just burst before skill. Is it longer than the normal rotations? If you can burst in manifest flame before using the Northland Spear Storm, it will not change rotation length. It just is. It's just gonna make it so that the big burst replaces normal attacks. Yeah. Alright. So basically, everyone was assuming that his big burst is dog shit. No one has tried to use it in rotations. The thing is, his big burst is dog shit. Alright, like it just outright is. If you could do another mini burst instead of a big burst, it would be so much better. So much better. But there are a lot of sources of energy that can end up giving you more energy than necessary for 2 mini bursts. And unlike Vrissa, he doesn't have an option to use a 3rd mini burst, right? And so when you have extra energy, you should use it for something. And the only something you can use it on is the big burst. But as it turns out, because the only stats that he can receive from buffers that scale his damage are attack and EM, right? Because there's pretty much no crit buffers. He ends up very saturated on both of them. And because he's very saturated on both of them, it would appear that there are some weapons, especially the attack weapons, where going ER Sands is better than going attack Sands. I wonder if that's the case on non-attack weapons, like Fjords. Fjords 109.8. It is in this one. That's crazy. How the Calix look before the big Q nerf in V3? They wouldn't change too much, honestly. The nerf wasn't that big. I think in practice it'll be nearly impossible to get 30 energy after big burst in such a short time. I think you're underestimating the amount of time you have to generate that energy. You have a full 6 seconds to generate that energy. Right? Like, you need to use the Northland Spear Storm right after the burst. Sure. But you don't need to use the mini burst right after the skill. You have 6 seconds before the mini burst expires. And 6 seconds should be more than enough to generate 30 energy when you're using high energy teams. Will it make any sense with C1? I think with C1 you don't want to do this. How does Flins get energy? He gets energy from normal attacking during his Manifest Flame form. During his skill uptime. Let's see how the people are reacting. Yep. Vomfi, are you still here? Yeah. Does what I'm saying make sense to you? Or... Because, like, I kind of need a sanity check. Like, maybe I'm just completely fucking something up. But... Yeah? Okay. So, like... I don't know, man. I think it's cool. I agree. I might have been too harsh in my evaluation of Flins's gameplay design. Because, like, now that I see this, I'm realizing, like, the fact that ER Sands is slightly better than Attack Sands, but it's not that big of a difference, is... I mean, it basically means that the Big Burst is in the perfect spawn, where it's worth using in his optimal gameplay, but you don't have to use it. You get to choose how you choose your energy. I just don't know how energy will work out in practice. Yeah, I think using the big burst when you're just barely above your ER requirements is probably too optimistic. But using the big burst when you're comfortably above, so like if you're using Engulfing, if you're using Fav, I think actually is pretty realistic. Like, you might not actually be able to make his signature translate to an additional burst proc in practice. I think with Ketane it's easy because the energy refund always lines up exactly with the start of your rotation. So with Ketane it shouldn't be a problem at all. But with his signature, if the energy refund doesn't line up with the start of your rotation, it might be difficult to generate 30 energy before the 6 seconds after your skill. And you might end up losing it if things go wrong. Yeah. Now that I've fixed Engulfing, let's see how it is. 125k here. That's the second best weapon, right? It's higher than everything other than Sig. That's very funny. And yeah, Scoured Spine, now that we've fixed the base attack, is actually... It's not quite as high as Jadewing Spear, but it's almost there. Does this make Fischl better? It might, yeah. The thing is, Fischl isn't that great for energy generation if she's got 75% uptime instead of 100. I think it'll end up like Skirk Split Rotation, where it's theoretically cool and works, but in practice I wouldn't recommend it. I don't know about that, actually. Because Skirk Split Rotations actually changes how your rotations function, right? And you actually have to waste some of your uptime for the burst. You lose uptime on the skill when you use the burst. But in Flins' case, it doesn't actually cost you any uptime. And it doesn't change the order of characters. It just changes the combo for Flins, not the rotation. So, I think it's a lot more likely to see play. Man. It seems so fake. Like, the team can generate 30 energy while he can't be switched off, so you have to generate from on field. That seems like a Fav-only rotation. But, like, you have to understand, right? Throughout those 6 seconds of time that you have to generate your energy between the skill and the burst, mini burst expiring, you have a guaranteed 2 particles from his normal attacks, a guaranteed 1 particle from Electro Resonance, and whatever particle from your off-field Electro characters. On top of that, the rotations where you would consider using the big burst are generally rotations, or in teams, where you have more ER than your default ER requirements. Right? Like, on Skyward Spine, you're going to be at like 160 ER. You generate 2 particles from Flins, 1 particle from Electro Resonance, and then there's Inefa particles. About 2. On average, it's 2, right? Each of these is 3 energy times 160 ER. This is 24. So for this one, you'd be a little low on Skyward Spine, which is one of the weapons that give the lower amount of ER, right? If we look at Kitane, your ER requirements don't change. So you're still at around 125-ish. You generate 18 energy, but the Kitane itself is also generating 15. Which brings you over. On top of that, if you do EN1Q, you get an additional particle from Flynn's normal attack particle generation that you battery into your burst, that you funnel into your burst, right? So if you do that with Scarred Spine, you would basically just need like 170 ER to make it work. But also, when you're not building additional energy, there's also a lot of enemies that provide you with opportunities to either funnel or either hold energy for the next rotation, or that provide you with a fuck ton of particles at specific moments. So Shovel is dog shit. It's not dog shit, but Fav is really good. The problem is that Fab only works at high refine. Because you need the cooldown to be low enough that you can proc it twice per rotation reliably. So it's like, you need R4 plus Fab. R3 probably won't work. Cooldown is too long. It needs to be R4. Does all this become completely fucked in Siege and Onslaught because of no energy at the start? No. It just means that your first rotation, instead of doing that on the first rotation and then not doing it on second and third, you would do it on the third rotation and not do it on the first and second. It delays when it happens, but it still happens. That's actually kind of crazy. Oh. Lend me some lunar charge, DNF. This is one cause Marissa team we're up against. Oh. That's a good one. That's a good one. Oh man. Flins nerfed again? No, Flins is buffed. I think I haven't properly implemented the additional bursts on each sheet. Which won't matter for most of them, but for the SIG stuff, it actually does matter. Yeah, and that actually makes R1 0.1% better than C1. Oh, wait, that's crazy. Wait, what? I don't see any Flins changes. It's not a change, it's a realization. So how does the second small burst go? Because you won't have 6 seconds? Yeah, you only have 4. But it's much easier to generate 60 energy in 10 seconds than to generate 30 in 6. Like, Javier says you don't need that much. Because, like, over the 10, like, over your uptime, right? You generate his 5 particles, right? You've got the the 2 guaranteed electro resonance procs. You've got 5 Inefa hits, which is an average of 3.3 particles. Let's say 3, right? In order to make sure this is enough energy without any HP particles. Right? You would need 200 ER. Which is a bit on the high side. But if you start adding a little bit of energy particles, it becomes easier. And also, well, if you have the FAV stuff, right? 6 clear particles is the equivalent of 4 electro particles. And the FAV substat is 30 ER. So with FAV, pretty trivial. With Ketane, 150 ER. It's a bit higher, but it's doable. Maybe FAV is just broken? Yeah, maybe FAV is just broken. Maybe that's just the conclusion. So ER stands with Ketane. No. 150 ER is what you get just from an ER Sands, but you can reach 150 without an ER Sands. Generally, attack Sands with 150 ER from subs will tend to have better stats than ER Sands with no ER and sub stats at all. This is just easier to get artifacts when you add ER as a useful role. You're with R1 and you're with Skyward Spine then? Yeah, probably. That's probably what you do, yeah. Like... ER Sands... Blood Soaked. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so that's what the problem is. ER Sands by itself can be a little sus, because it's not just that you need to generate extra energy across your rotations past the 60, is that on the rotation where you use the big burst, you need to generate 60 energy before your skill uptime is over, which can be difficult. And you need a certain amount, a certain ER breakpoint. You need to reach that in order for things to work at all. Right? And from the 5 particles he generates by himself, the 2 from Resonance, and the 3 average from Inefa, by default, that breakpoint, electro, other, clear, refund. Right. By default, the ER requirement is 200. To guarantee it. But you burst 60 plus 40. Yeah. And that 200 ER requirement is also the breakpoint, more or less, to burst every other rotation. So it lines up well for calcs. R1 is a gamble for the energy refund lining up. Yeah, that's the biggest problem with R1. Is because the cooldown on the energy refund from R1 is 14 seconds. If you end up getting your refund from this, right before you use the big burst, you will not get the refund again during the skill. Which means that you will still need 200 ER to guarantee that you can still do 2 mini bursts. And if you do have 200 ER, but the things do line up, this 12 energy is basically wasted. So it's kind of cooked. So this is default. We're going to have Ketane. We're going to have Fav. With Ketane, you get a 15 energy refund. And with Fav, instead, you get 6 clear particles. So ER Sense with the SIG is best. Now, it's kind of difficult to say. Because if you go ER Sense plus SIG, you are going to be able to do the big burst. But in order to guarantee that you can still use the mini burst, if the SIG procs don't line up well with your rotations, you're going to need to build 200 ER. But your ER requirements, if you are including the energy refund, are only at 180. So it basically forces you to build an extra 20% ER in order to make sure that this always happens properly. And if you don't build it, then sometimes things aren't going to line up well, and you'll be pissed off. Also, I don't know if it'll be possible to do Sucrose E, then swap to Flins, then E and 1Q before you catch the Sucrose particles. It might be. If it is, that's an additional 4 particles, which is 25% less energy or ER to make sure that it procs, and that makes things so much more comfortable. Like, so much more comfortable. Because it significantly reduces the requirements for this. Right? But it doesn't actually change the total ER requirement to burst every other rotation. Because you're always batterying the Sucrose into Flins. The question is just, do you catch the particles before the big burst or after the big burst? And if you can catch them after the big burst, it makes it so that your high stress rotation has more wiggle room. For your EU account, you're planning to go for Flins C1 with Jadewing Spear? I don't think I'll get C1. Like, if I get an early Flins, I'll try to go for C1, but I'm not expecting to actually get all the way there. I would need to get lucky for that to happen. Do you have any pity? No. No, I don't. Just get lucky? True. True. Good point. Good point. Yeah, and the ER Sans tech probably stops being good at C1. So I guess that makes C1 a bit less good, huh? Because in order to benefit from the ER Sans tech at C1, you would need to generate the energy necessary for the first skill, or for the first mini burst, in 4 seconds instead of 6. And you'd need to generate... Well, this is supposed to be 8, right? Instead of 60, right? It would be 66, which also increases the ER requirements. But I guess it doesn't actually increase them above what your overall ER requirements are, as long as you can battery the Sucrose particles, so it's not too bad. I guess that's also another argument for Farina, since her particle generation happens off field. You think this deck is intended? Yeah, I think so. When I first saw his kit, I was disappointed that this wasn't doable. I was wrong, it was doable. I was just not thinking outside the box enough. But like when I saw his kit, I was like, that's how he should work. That's what a kit like that should do. His C1 is less fun. Less fun? Yeah, I agree. Because like this whole tech, right? It introduces a second aspect, right? To your Flins rotations, right? It's not just I need to be able to generate 60 energy every 16 seconds. It's... I need to be able to generate 60 times 2, right? Or I guess 30 times 4 plus 80, 200 energy every 32 seconds. But 60 of that energy needs to be generated in the first 10 seconds after I've used my big burst. So 60 and 10. Those are fairly similar requirements for energy per second, but as long for this one, as long as you generate 200 over 32 seconds, you are fine. For this one, if you are a little bit below 60 in that 10 seconds, if you get 60 after 11 seconds, if at 10 seconds you're at 59 and at 11 seconds you're at 80, you're completely cooked because you didn't get to use the burst before it expired. Wait, actually, is that true? Or am I an idiot? Because I just realized if he uses Northland Spearstorm right as the Manifest Flameform expires, doesn't he just still have 6 seconds to use burst? Or am I an idiot?
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
It could just not be mentioned. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, I don't think there's anything in the kit that says you can't do this, but it might just be, like, yeah, fuck you. Anyway, so I think we're going to talk more about this tomorrow. But this was fun. I'm actually kind of excited to talk more about this tomorrow now. So, yeah. Do I post the banner review today or do I wait until tomorrow? I think I'll just post it tomorrow. Alright, thanks, Omfi. Before we end, though, I'm gonna do the most important part of today's stream. We stare, we pound, we mouse, we joust, we lousy. Alright, not bad, not bad. Like, it took 5 guesses, which isn't good, but it wasn't a terrible progression, so I'll take it. What is this? Dips? I don't know. Yes and no. ... Societal equal. Appear. U.S. state capital that rhymes with peer. I don't know. John... Is it John Deere? I think it is. Boiling mad. Sorry, I have a prior appointment. Labor in medieval times. A serf. A touchdown is worth 6. Yes. Breakfast change, typically open 24 hours a day. Don't know. U.S. state capital that rhymes with pier. I don't know. The air? Sort of. Irate. Is Pierre a U.S. state capital? Apparently it is. Huh. What the fuck state is that a capital of? South Dakota. Oh. Okay. Ooh, that's a nice angle. Dude, that's gotta be a clean one, man. That's gotta be a clean one, for sure. That's like a 130. 127. Okay. Not awful. We take those. Alright, let's do the Genshin duel. Kaya. It's not Kaya. Nahida. It's not Nahida. Catalyst. When was Risley? Was Risley 4.1? I don't know. Oh, it's not Cryo. When was Hazo released? Was Hazo before 4.0 or after 4.0? I don't know. Oh, there's Neuvillette. Yeah, okay. Why did I not think of Neuvillette? Why did I think of Risley and not Neuvillette when I was trying to think of a Fontaine Catalyst? Whatever. Life, death, and the world around us all follow a set of laws. But if you never test the limits, how can anyone know where the boundaries of these laws are? Oh, who the hell is that? Is that... It's gonna be someone who's slightly mischievous, but also somewhat related to the world of the law. So it's not Kuki, it's not Yunfei, because they're not mischievous enough. Risley is a prison warden. I don't know, dude. Who the fuck is this? This is too eloquent for Ito. Maybe Ayato? Nope. Maybe Baiju? It was Baiju. Let's go. Easy clap. Ability. That's not official, is it? It's not. Oh, is that Diluc's skill? Yeah. Searing Onslaught. Alloy. That's the bow. Okay, never mind. Yoimiya. Nutty. Alright. Bald. It's not bald. That's okay. This is Japard. Not Japard. I feel it. Natasha? I don't mind revealing my true colors, but it helps me teach students and treat patients. Or if it helps me. But in my experience, it's usually counterproductive. I think we've had this voice line before and it pissed me off. Who else has students and patients? that is not a nice person. Yeah. It pissed me off because I was like, shut the hell up. No one likes you. I don't know who this is. I have no clue. No clue at all, dude. What the fuck? Wisps of Aurora. What in the heck? Is that Gwynaifen? I'm not sure, actually. My streak is in danger. No! Okay. I've never seen this icon or this. I probably have seen it once or twice, but 141 streak is gone. GG. I don't want to do this anymore. Now that I've lost the streak. A star. Who's a star? I don't know. Jade. Man. A star man. A rose. Argentine? Why is he a star? Whatever. Is it a Bende? It's not a Bende. Never Bende. Ellen. It's not Ellen. That's okay. Oh. That's gonna be pretty free. GG. Alright. Let's do the best one. Keep the best one for last as usual. I feel like I should know this, but I don't. I don't know this. I'm gonna assume this is my something. I don't know. My Little Monster. Okay, yeah, no. I've never heard of that. The fuck is this? What the fuck? Oh, it's Ergo Proxy. I see. I don't know what this is either. But it's ugly as fuck. That doesn't look as ugly. I don't know. X. I don't know what this is either. Zammed. Lost Memories. Okay, dude. This is an awful start today. Okay. That's L. From Death Note. I don't know who the fuck this is. Kinda looks like a Drifters character. I don't think it's Drifters, but whatever. I have no clue who this is. And I think I should know who this is, but I don't. Is that the Book of Friends guy? I think so. Is his name Natsume? No. Okay, we were wrong. GG. Okay, that's... Dude, she has a name, huh? It's something stupid, like fucking Nicole or some shit. Sorry if there's someone named Nicole in chat. Your name isn't stupid. You know what I mean, though. Like, it's a white name. But I don't know. Diane, yeah. Yeah. It's like a white old lady's name. I don't know any of these. What the fuck? Oh! Bro. Really? Bro looks like a twink in this shot. What do you mean? Like, this is the guy's body type. Like, he does not look like himself in this one, man. I gotta be honest. Like, no shot. Nah. Whatever, man. That's Gojo. That's Gojo if Gojo was well written. True! Something recent from manga. Let's try, what's the thing that's airing? Actually, no, it's probably, it has to be something that's finished airing, right? We could try Free Run, that's a good guess. Oh, that's not what I wanted to... Well, it's fine. It's not adventure, drama, or fantasy. Wait. Okay, what do we got left? We got action, we got romance, we got sci-fi, psychological, suspense, solo leveling. Solo leveling is... maybe. No, because it's not from manga. It can't be solo leveling. Mashal. Would Mashal be fantasy? I feel like it would be. All of the Night. I don't know what that is. Wait, is it the thing that there's a season 2 airing right now? I saw it on my anime list, and I looked at the reviews, and everyone was like, yeah, this girl is a pedophile, and I was like, oh, okay. You should watch it? Are you sure? Because, like, isn't it a romance story between a teenager and a very old, like, vampire? Like, that's kind of weird. It is romance. Loving Yamada at level 999. Wait, that's actually a good guess. Yeah, it wasn't that though. Wait, it's originally from a web manga, really? People don't care if the pedophile is a woman. That's not actually what this one is. Like, yes, there is a lot of... The perception can be very different based on the gender, but stories where an immortal, non-human being and a teenager develop a romance are very widespread and have men and women in either role. Like, you may have heard of this little-known show called Twilight. Or movie. It's not a show. Whatever. Like, it's not a new concept, you know? Anyways. Any other ideas? Romance stories? Or that are 8 point something from 2023? Dangers in My Heart? Yeah, you were right. Damn. The GOAT. Alright, time for this. Are we... Yeah, we're fine. I think I've heard this before. I've definitely heard this before. Yeah, it's Death Note. You guys are right. Yeah, you guys are right. You guys are right. You guys are right. No clue. We're gonna need the video. I mean, that's a music anime, I guess. Don't know it at all, though. Okay, that's a really funny opening. They've got a trombone. I have no clue what this is, though. Okay. I don't know this. That looks old. That looks old as fuck, dude. I have no clue what this is. Heroic age. Okay. Wow, 22k. That is not a good score today. My god. We can't end on this, dude. We gotta do another duel. Let's do the LOL duel. Mid and something else, human and something else. Mana ranged. Let's try. Nico. Wait, no, Nico is probably not part human. Ari's not part human either. Syndra's only played mid. Other female range mid laners, chat. Yone, that is not a good guess. Kale. I don't know if Kale range type would be ranged. I feel like it wouldn't. It would be melee and ranged. Yeah. Ooh. It's a Demacia character or a Targon character. And it's not mid-top. Lux? Is Lux actually played mid nowadays? It seems she is, yes. Alright. Huge. Quote. Yup. My goat. What is that? Is that Smolder? Is. That is W? That's a wizard. I mean, it could be a lot. Rise. A purple wizard. That's Lulu. It's not. A purple lizard with viruses. Malzahar? Yeah, okay. Is that not Victor? No. That can't be Victor, right? No. I don't know who this is. Wukong? Oh, is that the Underworld Wukong skin? Yeah. I see. Wow, his staff does not look like a staff. It looks like a lance. Wait, no, I don't want to do the Poke Duel. Let's do the One Piece duel. We start with Usopp. Never Usopp. East Blue character. Male, taller than Usopp. Introduced after Syrup Village. Zoro? It's not Zoro. Garp? Does Garp not have observation hockey? I feel like he does, no? No, it's gonna be a fairly weak character. Bellamy has a Devil Fruit. This is a character that doesn't have a Devil Fruit and likely doesn't have hockey either. Arlong? What if I guess? Yeah. Okay. Between Syrup Village and Orlong Park. What was the arc? What's Zef? Is that his name? Zef? It is someone that has a bounty. Okay, yeah. No. Fuck, what's the name of the fucking guy that's like... I know what he looks like. I'd recognize him, but I don't remember his name. Gan? Is that his name? No. Gin. There we go. There we go. Well... That's a dinosaur. But I'm not actually sure which one it is. Is that Queen? Apparently not. Page 4? What the? Do these names not count? Do you have to write their actual names? I don't fucking know what they are, dude. What? Does anyone know? Drake? Drake isn't an Allosaurus. Oh, he is. Huh. He is. Alright. You're a genius. Who the fuck is that? That's not Beckham's, right? Who is that? Stussy. Oh, no. It's not. Look. Look. You think so? No. Is it him? Yeah, it is. Okay. 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 GG. I don't know who this is. But it sounds recognizable, but I don't know who this is. Pop, 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 pop. Alpha? It's Wano? Kawamushi, what the? The giant. Which one? Froggy? Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. We end on a quick little Naruto duel. Who do we slander today? Let's slander Rock Lee. Dude, Rock Lee is actually such a tragic character, man. Like, any interpretation of the subtext of Naruto makes it incredibly clear that Naruto is a satirical take on how little your hard work matters in the grand scheme of things. Like, if you want to give, what's his name, Kishimoto, right, the benefit of the doubt that the quality of the story is actually good, right? It's an incredibly on-the-nose parody of a shonen. Because the main character seems convinced that they're a hard worker, but in reality, they're a lazy fucking loser that is just biologically superior to the people around him because of his parents. and things he inherits, who puts in no fucking work, and who succeeds over people who put in way more work than he does. You didn't watch the show if you think that? Bro, it is actually a plot point at the very start of the show that Naruto does not work hard at all. He does not actually study, he doesn't take any responsibilities seriously. And like, you have his fucking fight with Neji. Bro, the Naruto fight with Neji is actually a perfect encapsulation of Naruto's message. Right? Where it's presented as Neji being this, like, proponent of people's places and lives being decided at birth, and people being stuck to those roles. And Naruto is supposed to be the opposing viewpoint of like, no, if you work hard enough, you can do what you want with your life. And then that ideological clash has its climax decided by Naruto's place at life that was decided at birth being better than Neji's. Because he wins with the Nine Tails. And it's like the show doesn't realize that it did not do a very good job of convincing us that Naruto is a hard worker. And it just keeps layering on and on additional birth buffs that Naruto got. Oh yeah, no, actually you're also the son of a Hokage. Oh yeah, also you're the reincarnation of Jesus. Like, bro, we get it, man. Naruto's built different. We get it, man. We get it. Fuck, dude. Anyways. Someone that can't punch shit. Oh, this is a pathetic one, isn't it? No Kekkei Genkai, inability to punch shit, no attribute, no nature type, Konoha Chunin exams. This is 10-10. It's not. GG. This is Ino. Wait, no ninjutsu. Wait, this is someone that doesn't have jutsu at all. Or it's a genjutsu only, but I don't think there are any genjutsu only. Izune? Maybe. Is he Chunin exams? Oh, she has ninjutsu. Yeah, no, okay. It's a Chunin exams character that is not a ninja, most likely. Kurenai? I know Kurenai has genjutsu, but I'm pretty sure she would also have ninjutsu. She doesn't. Okay, but anyways, it's not. It's someone that doesn't have jutsu at all. The fangirl. Do you know her name? Ramen guy? I don't think ramen guy is female. Yeah, like this is actually an NPC. Just like fangirl, true. Ayame? Timari? You mean Temari? No. It's a ramen girl. Ichiraku ramen. What? What's the ramen guy's name? Alive. Uchi? Who the fuck is that? No. Oh, the ramen guy. But it's not him. Did I get it? We got it, I think. Easy clap. Just, yeah, we just checked every letter and we got it. Is that Orochimaru's thing? With the coffins? No, right? Oh, okay. That's Kakashi, is it? Kabuto? Dude, what the hell? Yamato? Oh. Why is bro building houses, dude? That's crazy. Just turns like random fucking tree roots into full ass houses that just grow. That's insane, man. Yamato's kind of goated. If you succeed in this mission, I'll even let you touch my paw. How about you touch my taw instead? Kakashi's dog? Oh. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That wasn't a very good one, huh? Let's first try the eye, though. Is that a Hyuga? Probably, right? That's gotta be Hinata. But maybe not. Okay, no, the only Hyugas that are here are Hinata, Neji, and their dad, the dad. And this looks like a woman's eye. Alright. GG! Alright, chat, as usual, I'm gonna post a video. No, I'm gonna post it tomorrow. Never mind. Let us... We can raid... We can raid Kiwi. Actually, no, wait. I don't want to get fucking spoiled. Okay, sorry, Kiwi. Ribbozo. -1 raid. Limbo just started. Let's raid Limbo. Everyone go say Limbo sauce. Have a good time. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we will yap more about